Hello, everybody. Hello, KBS. Hello, it's a Roro.
Hey everyone.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Kairyu. Hello, Nexus of Midnight. Hello, Neuron. Hello, the Mana King. Hello, hello, hello. We got so much to talk about, but first we're just gonna chill for a bit. I'm gonna put on my makeup. We can talk about whatever's on your minds. How are you all doing? This was in my purse. The worst. It's okay, KBS. Hey, no look at Flash. How you doing? This is just confirmation of what we already knew. I mean, yeah. It is. It's just like, I mean, I still wish we were wrong, you know. Volume seems low, like 2 out of 10. That's just kind of how it gotta be. I mean, I can turn it up, but then you guys complain I get too loud. How's that? How's that? Turned it up a little bit. A little bit. I mean, I can also just make the mic closer to my face. It's probably more efficient. Ah. Hey, Entrama. I'm doing all right. Yesterday, I just had a massive headache, and I just took the night off, and I'm glad I did, because I literally, like, after I tweeted that out, I just face planted in bed and fell asleep for 2 hours. Turned down for what? Bam, ba-dum, bam, 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 ba-dum, bam. Love the intro music, very soothing rendition of Running Up That Hill. Yeah, check it out. Amy Waters on YouTube. They tune in from time to time. Volume better, good job, thank you. You're welcome. How we all doing? Hello, Lisa is a blogger. How you doing? No look at Flash. Wow, we got a lot of white names in chat today. Surprising. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna actually turn on another track from Amy while I do this. I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. But yeah, she makes really good music. Like it, like her. She's good. She good. Doot. Doot. There we go. I think you guys will like this one. Because you're nerds. Also, it slaps. Oh, Nexus of Midnight. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Yeah, people have been asking me to cover that. The video's been up for a couple days, and I finally got around to watching it as I was prepping for today's stream. Um, it's bad. Like, I know people have been on TYT's case recently for some of the takes they've had about, like, trans inclusive language. But this is probably the worst one. Yeah. I'd argue this is the worst one because, like, I think a lot of people who don't, like, stop to think about it will just nod along with it, you know? I think a lot of people, like, understand the basic message of, like, inclusive language. But I don't think people are necessarily equipped to talk about this subject. So I watched a bit of it. We'll watch it. I'll talk about it a little bit and probably do a little ranterino. Um, let's see, where am I at? Hey, Vox and Socks, how you doing? Yeah, KBS. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. We have to get through a lot of other. We gotta wade through the trenches today. The trenches, the news trenches. Bill Casey, I genuinely don't think that's it. Having known some of the people there, I don't think that that's it at all. Which leaves me kind of baffled. I think it's just like either a dereliction of, like, analytical skills or, like, something else is going on that I don't know, you know? Can you give me a TLDR? It's gonna be a... The TLDR is that TYT put out a video criticizing the United States for authorizing F-16s to go to Ukraine. But then, like, if you look into this story at all, the United States didn't authorize F-16s to go to Ukraine. Other countries in Europe did. And the United States committed, like, some people to go to Ukraine or in countries surrounding Ukraine to train Ukrainian pilots how to fly F-16s. Which, I'm gonna be honest, they probably already have some pilots who are at least somewhat capable of flying F-16s. And additionally, the way they talk about F-16s is as if F-16s are new military tech, like, full of American secrets. And the F-16 is literally the plane featured in the movie Top Gun, and was invented in the 70s. It's literally like a 50-year-old plane. So the wild speculation. It wasn't in Top Gun. Was it not? Was that like the F-22 or something? Let's see. Oh, sorry, they used the F-14 Tomcat. Gotcha. Sorry. But anyway, it's literally like a decades old plane. It's not full of state secrets. They're on, like, the F-35. Yeah, like look, F-16s are nothing to like turn your nose up at, but like it's not cutting edge technology. It's not like Russia's like, "Holy shit, guys, the F-16s. We've only heard legends of their capabilities. Maybe now in the year 2023 we can develop aircraft to surpass them." Don't get me wrong, they're really good planes, just not, you know, the best. Yeah, no, Vox and socks. Like the F-16 is literally a 47-year-old plane. Hey, Kono Diota, how you doing? Yeah, like even the F-22 is like 25 years old. Goodness. Hey, Logano. Don't compliment me yet. I'm not done doing my makeup. Let's do some blending. Hello, Paladin. It goes all right. Doodleburb, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. First to support me of the day. And I very much appreciate the 13 months. I can't believe you've been in my community for over a year. Hope you've enjoyed the ride. I was just burned so bad. Oh no! Hey, One Hand Wonder. It's going all right. How are you all doing, folks? Avalon of Babylon. It goes well. Today's been a nice, easygoing day. Got my dog scheduled for a tooth extraction. So that's not fun, but I'm hopeful that it will help her, feel better. Also, I tried to tell Zan what you said, but I don't think he saw my messages. That's okay. Try again when you can. No, there's no rush, Weird times, both personally and just in general. Yeah, we are in strange times. Okay. Your sister just got engaged. Congratulations to your sister. Yeah, she's been having like a tooth eruption, and my parents wanted to try and ignore it, and I finally got them to understand that it was serious. So I'm taking her in next week. It's gonna be about $1,100, but gotta do what we gotta do for our little furry friends. Money. Let's go with... Ordered the wrong size of tape off Amazon. Galadin wanders over, asks what up. Explain the tape isn't as wide as I wanted. She quips, don't worry, every guy overestimates what an inch is. Yo! Yeah, Samus is a golden doodle. Oh, that's okay, Avalon of Babylon. I don't have anything specific I want to collaborate with anybody on. I just know that I want to do more collaborations. Yeah, early show, baby. It's Friday then. You know Matt Binder, Demon Mama, maybe? Demon Mama, I've interacted with a bit. Matt Binder's rated in here a few times, so I know he knows at least a little bit that I exist. I'd be open to like doing shows with both of them. You know, I think they're both really cool. Haven't seen Matt Binder have a bad take yet. TJ Kirk on and shoot the shit? I mean, I would love to. I just don't know if he'd want to come on a show so small. Okay, now we're gonna do eyebrows. Could try going on Leftist Mafia? Maybe. I'm a bit wary of going on Leftist Mafia, to be honest, specifically because of Illuminati. Like, it was really weird and cringe of her to accuse Legal Eagle of, like, stealing a common YouTube editing trope. Oh, Blair left? Like, Illuminati is not on the Leftist Mafia anymore? I don't follow, like, other shows that much, so if that's the case, let me know. I was only aware of the Legal Eagle thing. Yeah, that edit was ridiculous. Huh. Oh, they did a one last talk and it's done. Now stop asking about it show. Gotcha. What was the general consensus? What was the general thrust of that show? I think there were a couple other things, Doodleburb, but I don't know what they are enough to talk about them. As more info came in, it just kept getting worse. They parted ways, and that's that. Gotcha. Well then, yeah, I think I'd be down to go on Leftist Mafia. What more was there? I don't know. I just remember hearing rumblings. Oh, there was some stuff about abusing one of the workers. Okay, that's not great. Oh no, you bought the plushie. I'm sorry. If I ever have a plushie, I promise never to betray any of you. Did we just have a hiccup? Did you guys get like a little buffer? Like, I need a plushie. Oh god, content creator houses are the worst. Guys, content creator houses are the worst. If any of you get into content creation, don't go live in a content house, okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. We're all high drama bitches. Don't do it. Collab with Actual Jake. I like Actual Jake. I'll be right back. I need to wash some makeup off my hands. Wait, no I don't. I'm not done with my makeup. The doy. God, Amy's version of What's Up is great. I mean, I have no problem if you're gonna become a landlord, like if you're renting out your place, just like you can be a lefty and like a small-time landlord. You do what you gotta do, you know? But using that power over your coworkers and collaborators is not great. Yo, I would love, you know, Rhizome is cool as fuck. You're right. You know what? I'm gonna start taking notes on who you guys want me to collaborate with, so I can do it. So I can reach out during the outreach arc. Smudged a little bit. Oh. Yeah, exactly, Lily. That puts a lot of power imbalance into the relationship. Neko series is pretty cool. I've raided into him a couple of times. Do I think Gremlo would be a good fit? Yeah, I've reached out to Gremlo a couple times to like collaborate on stuff. And it just never really worked out. Unfortunately, I don't know why, but maybe he'd be able to next time. Gremlo mostly collabs with people who live near him. Gotcha. Hey, Solazar. James from the Internet's another good one. All right, be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands. Be right back. She likes being near me. I'm sorry. She left. Hey, Queen Toasted. How you doing? I feel like I have a good outfit today. Hey, Central Scrutinizer. Kind of like Bedhead. That's kind of what I go for, you know? In more ways than one. Dun. Oh, I forgot one thing. The doy. 1 second. Let's go with LB! I'm glad your new job's treating you well, Queen Toasted. There we go. Nailed it. Okay, who are the people you said I should reach out to, chat? Actual Jake, James from the internet, Gremlo. Taking suggestions. This is your opportunity. Let's go. Paladin Lost, yes. It's a chill synth cover of DuckTales. Hannah Reloaded, yes. Oh, Leftist Mafia. Matt Binder. Surfs. Oh yeah, we should reach out to Shark, shouldn't we? TJ Kirk. Who's Paul's Ego? I don't know that one. Thanks, Kyryu. Oh, Vosh? Okay. $27? Yes! I haven't talked to David in so long. Also, Tina too, just goes without saying. Love me some Tina. Just came here from Vosh's stream. Your eye makeup looks amazing. Thanks. Oh, yeah, Xander Hall, I guess. Yeah, Xander Hall. I've been on Echoplex before. I like them a lot. But as part of the outreach arc, we should reach out to them again. We had a nice conversation, probably 2 years ago about cults. Real Radham, that'd be great. Dylan Burns. I'd love to talk to Dylan Burns about his time in Ukraine. Mike from the Humanist Report? Yes, we could do that. Rhizome. Homozygote? I don't know anything about them, but I'll take a look into it. I do love Kevin Logan. Kevin would be fun to talk to. Who's Love Slug? That sounds... Love Slug... Love Slug sounds like an unpleasant euphemism for something. They're friends with Gremlo? Gotcha. I don't know if ContraPoints would give me the time of day, to be honest with you. I feel like she's a bit... Like, most of these people are outside of, like, my... Like, you know, I'm punching upwards. I don't know if any of them would give me the time of day. If they're as big as Contra. Thana? Their stuff on Twitter is good. I mean, I'd love to talk with James, Stephanie Sterling, because I've literally watched their work from the beginning. Wait, did someone recommend me? I could never. You will, and you'll like it, unless you really don't want to. Hey, Marking, how you doing? Love Slug is a lefty VTuber? Okay. I don't know anything about the VTuber community outside of Cassifel. What gay agenda are we up to today? Right now I'm taking suggestions of who to reach out to for like the lefty coalition building arc. RGR and her 20-page thesis of the week. Wait, does RGR still make videos? Sage Alexis. I don't know who that is. I mean, I'd love to collaborate with Sean, but I don't know that Sean does collaborations. Maybe. The sky's the limit with some of these, so, you know, I'm happy to reach out to them. They're probably just not going to respond. She's half of Xena and Poppy? Well, that's confusing. I assumed one of them was Xena and one of them was Poppy. Okay. I mean, I really don't know that I can get million-plus YouTubers to respond to me. Yeah, Doodleburb, it's like you, Love Slug, Cassifel, and then I do know Nekosuris. A pillow? What are they about? Angry Joe wouldn't be shooting for the stars too much. Yeah, I feel like Angry Joe would be shooting for the stars a bit, but you know what? Never hurts to ask. Because he has been kind of going on a little bit of a lefty arc, as far as I know, right? Hey, 10-letter name. So, you're saying there's a chance. Sean used to have a streamer partner named Jen. I had assumed that Jen was Sean's partner, but maybe like romantic partner, but I don't know if that's the case. Oh, Keffels. Yeah, I should reach out to Keffels. Trihex? I don't know them. Ah, Josie Rose. Yes. Josie Rose, not the biggest streamer, but definitely one of the coolest. Somebody call Markiplier? I mean, okay. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get on Markiplier, but I don't think that's gonna happen. But I don't think we're gonna get him. If we did, it would literally change my life. Left Reckoning Nexus of Midnight. Good looking out. To be honest, I I've thought of asking them to be to like have them on. But I got too intimidated because they know so much. They're so good at this stuff. Doodleburb, I'm looking to react to stuff. I'm willing to talk about, you know, anything and have kind of shoot the shit, you know. Like I had Cassifel on not too long ago, and we talked about Superman and like comic books, and just had a good time just chilling, you know. I don't know that I'd like doing reacts together on stream. That feels like it'd be messy, but I'd like to just chat, you know, just mouth jam as the kids call it these days. Bow of the fifth column. I mean, I can try. Oh, it's okay, Doodleburb. We can talk about other things. Amy C3? Yeah. I think Amy EC3 is the YouTuber we're listening to right now. I think so. If I remember the username correctly. Let's not forget your in-depth dives into Sailor Moon back in the day. Yeah, I literally had a podcast where I talked, like, for an hour every week about Sailor Moon. Oh, Merrick would be great. I don't know if Merrick would be... Merrick also has been hard to get a hold of, just in the past. Hey, Fellini Fiend. Ah, Ravana. I don't know if Joe Lewis would want to talk, to be honest. What happened to that podcast, by the way? Like, I did not have time to do it anymore with, like, streaming. Viced Rhino? What is Viced Rhino? Yeah, Doodleburb, I agree. The Sailor Moon crystal designs are just weird to me. I think Merrick's been dealing with some long COVID stuff, so I think she took a break from that. I don't know. Vice is a friend of Neko series. Yeah, Joe Lewis was part of the crowd of saying Shark 300 was anti-black. I might not be yeah. I like Joe, but I didn't agree with that. Also, just I adore, like, there are a lot of things that I adore, right, about Sailor Moon, but my favorite thing is the background art. The background art of Sailor Moon is so good, chat. Like, every uh every like new shot is just amazing. Am I remembering that you I do not know Aaron Hansen. I like Aaron Hansen a lot. I like Game Grumps. I like Oh, well, okay, I know Aaron Hansen as in, like, I met him one time, like, professionally. Not, like, I don't know him as in, like, I can't call him up on the phone or, like, shoot him an email. Like, I met him one time at, like, E3, and I guarantee you he does not remember me for a wide variety of reasons. Um, Ethan Klein, Yo, I'm not gonna be able to get Ethan Klein or Hassan. I mean, I'll reach out to them, so I'll add them to the list, but... Oh, no! It's a Roro, no! Spectral Pyre, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Honestly, though, the Game Grumps are just really good. I like those boys. You know Keffels and she could help? How could Keffels help? Oh, I suppose Keffels and Ethan Klein somewhat tangentially related. I'm joking. I know you're joking. Is it specifically streamers? I mean, we've opened up the doors to also YouTubers, so... Oh, wait, Keffels was on Hee Hee? Huh. Okay, maybe. I don't know how well I would do on, like, other people's shows, you know? Who's Redis101? Hot up CJ... Hit up CJ the X? Who's CJ the X? PewDiePie redemption arc? Yo, I'm not gonna get PewDiePie. I might get Markiplier because he's, like, benevolent and nice. PewDiePie and I only share, like, common ancestry. That's about it. CJ the X? I like that you say, like, CJ the X is a smaller black queer YouTuber, and then I look up CJ the X, and they have almost 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm like, oh, okay.
Everybody's always talking about Joe Biden this and British monarchy that. Piers Morgan is loose in a multiracial hospital. Gender has made its way all the way into the bathroom. How do we stop it? Live and let live, I say. You can't expect an H2O. Your take isn't problematic, but you're problematic for not having enough problematic takes. Paw Patrol is colonialist state propaganda, and you're a bootlicker if you've ever watched it. We said all cops. Cast the pup into the abyss.
I didn't even want to come to Adventure City. I trusted you. You said everything would be fine.
Dracarys.
A cabal of the richest, prettiest white girls.
All right, cool. This guy has unshakable energy. Or this gentle them. I don't know what pronouns. They, he? Okay, cool. Yeah, they seem cool. CJ the X. The decolonialized... I get colonialized and colonized. Is colonialized even a word? Am I just... I'm just adding an extra syllable for no reason. Colonized. Jesus Christ. Brain, why? Okay. Decolonized Buffalo podcast. They do good work, but they're a bit flamey. Who are they? Do. Man, the Twitch chat system is so broken. Well, no, I'm not saying decolonized. I was saying decolonialized. I was like adding an A in there. Huh, okay. Bring on the spirit science guy for lol content? No. We got Merrick on the list already. Alright, I think I got a bunch of really good suggestions. But I'll probably ask you for more. We'll save this on the desktop. Save. There we go. Done.
Essential to building the
Goodness. I'm I'm not so sure about this Rick from DB guy. It looks like he wants to do like trials to like deport like settler colonials, and I'm worried about his definition of who falls under that. Do I get deported back to Sweden? Does like what? How does that work exactly? I don't know. Might not. I mean, it certainly would be content, I suppose. What are the chances of getting people like Not Just Bikes? Not Just Bikes, I love his content. He seems kind of mean and abrasive, and I don't think he would come on my show. I don't know about Echo Gecko. I don't know about their content. That spirit science guy is fucking wild, man. Makes the whole news levels of anti-Semitism. While with his Jews are humans from the future. Wait, what? Wait, what? The spirit science guy believes that Jews are basically Terminators from the future. That's insane. That is one of the most insane things I've heard ever. Jesus. I have not watched a lot of this spirit science guy. I saw the one video he did where he like pretended to be a surgeon to like go into an operating room. Oh my god. Wait, what? He tried to explain why he committed sexual assault against an employee? The fuck? I'm disturbed. Dude tried to form a sex cult? I didn't know that. Jesus. All right. I'm learning today. Is it really learning? I mean, I'm learning new information, so I technically. How'd you sleep after Dark Souls? I slept very well, but then I had a headache all day, and felt like shit. It pushed me to my limits. Okay. All right, chat. We've been streaming for about an hour. If you have enjoyed the show so far, an hour of the show, please do consider subscribing. Come on over to riverboat.gg and consider dropping a sub. Subscribe yourself. If you click the subscribe button on the website, you can either subscribe yourself or gift subs to others. And it directly supports the stream, so I'd very, very much appreciate that. Consider making some donos. And don't forget to like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And also, if you're over on Twitch, hit the follow button over on Twitch. We are 13 follows away today from 9,000 followers. So let's do it. Hey, Daily Wire Plus, what's up? It's true. Technically, I can't be deported back to Sweden because I've never been to Sweden. It's true. Oh, Maggie May fish could be fun. They seem like a good egg. Can we have a spirit science deep dive as a goal? Yeah. How about this? If you guys get me 100 subs today, or the equivalent thereof, I will cover. I will drop whatever we're talking about and do spirit science. Okay. And they gotta be subs over on riverboat.gg.
Example for the rest of chat to follow.
Hey, very knifey duck. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Avalon of Babylon. Oh, Ben Burgess. I like Ben Burgess. Yeah. Here, let's do 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 do. Here, I'll even throw up a counter onto the screen. One out of 100. Do 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 do. Bold. And can I do like a little outline? Yes, I can. I can and I shall. There we go. Cool. You are... Oh, and I'll, subs over on Twitch count for half, so... There you go. Woo, baby! Alright. Hey, Vixen Lixen, how you doing? We'll also copy this, and we'll paste it over here. Maybe another goal should just be listening to this on repeat for 5 hours. Pizza time! According to spirit science, Thoth, as in the literal Egyptian god, is not only real but currently alive on Earth, underground in Egypt somewhere. Like, just chilling? Does he have internet down there? Turns out it's a jingle written to promote the opening of a funicular in the 1800s. A what now? With ant people? I want to know more about the ant people. This is the song of the ant people. When you disrespect this, you disrespect all ant people. Amazing. 10 out of 10. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed that. I tolerated it. And yes, we are now only 98 subs away from our Spirit Science Deep Dive, where we can learn more about these ant people and their god. But in the meantime, we're gonna talk a little bit about real things, real issues. I'm gonna take a sip of this delicious LaCroix. I kept almost thinking it was relaxing. All right. So, chat. As you all know, the state of Florida is a persistent and abiding hellhole. One that is being made worse by not just the forces that be within Florida, but also just by the doings of average citizens. One such average citizen is a mom in Florida by the name of Daily Salinas. Now, Miss Salinas is basically one of the people behind getting a large number of books removed from her local school district. And one of those books was banned specifically because it included the poem read by Amanda Gorman at Joe Biden's inauguration. Additionally, she also got a number of books banned from related to black. Oh, Lily loves stuff. Thank you for the 5
Make
gifted
that
subs.
93 more subs.
Done. Updating the count. But she also got a number of books banned related to African American history and Cuban history. These books were removed from the elementary schools and are now no longer available to school children. They were, but the state of Florida wants you all to know that once your kids get to middle school, they can finally access that naughty poem read to the entire country during Biden's inauguration. Okay? Yes. For those of you who don't remember, this is the particular poem being read at the inauguration by the incredibly dapper Amanda Gorman. Here we go.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, and the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Now, I don't know about you all, but I found that performance and that reading to be really beautiful and inspiring and patriotic. Did any of you, while listening to that, perceive it as full of indirect hate messages? Anyone? Did any of you feel that that was full of hatred? Well, you see, Miss Salinas challenged Amanda Gorman's poem in the Miami-Dade County School District on the basis that it contained indirect hate messages. Now, you've all seen the full performance of this speech. You've listened to it. You've heard the words. And I don't think any interpretation of this poem could arrive at the conclusion that it's full of hatred. I don't think that's actually a thing that one could do if you are being intellectually honest. But, you know, also, of course, this is kind of an important part of this story as published by the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. Miss Salinas hasn't read the entire text of the poem, let alone listened to it. She actually has no idea what the content of the poem is. And not only did she not read it, the review committee clearly decided not to read it either, because they said, and I'm going to quote, they erred on the side of caution by removing it from schools. What caution? What in there was at all objectionable. So when people talk about banning books in Florida, by the way, this is what they mean. Why are you removing this piece of poetry from classrooms? There's nothing in there that was objectionable. They were able to play it live on live television to the entire country. Did they object to it being inspiring? I suppose. I suppose so. Miss Salinas also petitioned the school district to remove books about the black poet Langston Hughes. And also, again, black and Cuban history. Now, for those of you who don't know, Langston Hughes wrote quite a bit about the artistic movement in Harlem. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. There are a lot of there's a lot of speculation that Langston Hughes was gay. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that the fact that he's a possibly gay man of color who wrote poetry and also wrote nonfiction, I'm gonna guess that played probably a role in the don't say gay state of Florida. So, just gonna go out on a limb there. And you might be like, well, Jack, you're not being fair. Why would you speculate that it's because he's gay? Well, the Jewish Telegraph Agency did a little bit of digging and found Miss Salinas' Facebook. And on Miss Salinas' Facebook, she posted a number of interesting and horrific far-right propaganda posts, including praise for the anti-Semitic protocols of the Elders of Zion. The post that she shared on her Facebook, which has since been deleted after coverage of this came out, includes a list of steps depicting how Jewish Zionists would achieve world domination. The graphic included stages such as place our agents and helpers everywhere, replace royal rule with socialist rule, then communism, then despotism, and sacrifice people, including Jews sometimes, when necessary. When reached out to by the Jewish Telegraph Agency on Wednesday, Salinas confirmed that the post about the protocols of the Elders of Zion were indeed hers and apologized for it, saying she hadn't read beyond the word communism. Salinas said her aversion to communism stems from her Cuban identity. She added that English is not her first language. This is a quote from her. I see the word communism and I think it's something about communism, she said. I didn't read the words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you are so deep into the anti-Semitic whirlpool that you are posting the protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is literally over a centuries old repackaging of anti-Semitic tropes that go back over 1,000 years. You are deep into that. This isn't like you whoopsie daisied yourself into this, okay? If you're posting and reposting stuff like that, you are actively a part of a neo-Nazi forum. There's not an overlap between good salt of the earth Republicans and people who post the protocols of the Elders of Zion, okay? Well, yeah, obviously, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, for those who don't know, is like just a bunch of lies printed in Russia in like the late 1800s, I think. And it's like I think they were originally taken from a stage play from like a century earlier that was making fun of anti-Semites. But of course, anti-Semites then ripped the satire right out of that and published it as fact, you know? So, yeah, the lady behind getting a bunch of books on Black and Cuban history banned in Florida is just openly posting the Protocols of the Elders of Zion publicly. She said that her heart became tight with pain when she thought people would see her as anti-Semitic for sharing the Protocols of the Elders of Zion post. Yeah. Selena said she was speaking with JTA after declining to talk with other media outlets so that she could apologize. She said she is Christian and added, This is wild. We are super protective of the Jewish people. She added that she has Jewish friends and is a fan of the Israeli Netflix series Fauda. I have Jewish friends. How could I hate Jews? Look, I might have posted the Protocols of the Elders of Zion that claims that the Jews have a systematic process for taking over the world and, stealing the blood of Christians. But, we're very protective of the Jews, though. We're very protective of them. I have some Jewish friends, and you know what? I even watched a show made by a Jew once. Like, get the fuck out of here, lady. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Did she really just? Yup, she really just. When asked about the books about Cuba that she challenged, she said, they don't tell the whole story about Cuba, communism, the dictators. They're people that are dying and trying to come to America. Yeah. Man, like, I know Cuba, like, Cuba's a contentious issue in America, right? But I feel like once you, like, learn about Cuban history, like, a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it makes a whole lot of sense, you know? I'm a Jewish guy in Florida, and she's absolutely a type of person down here. We don't need their help. Yeah. Oh, God. She did the meme. Yeah, she did the meme. Like, guys, for some context, in case you guys never learned like Cuban history, I'm gonna give you like Babby's first history of Cuba, okay? Specifically, starting like around World War II, okay? Pearl Harbor gets bombed. Cuba, who at that point is in good with America, declares war on Japan 2 days later, okay? In like 1940 something, Batista comes elected as president, and then proceeds to like rule the country for like almost a decade, I think. I need to refresh it, but essentially, after he's out of office, he moves to Florida and continues running Cuba just through proxies. And essentially, then in like the in like 1952, his opponent looks like he's gonna win, so he comes back and does a military coup. And then takes over as a dictator and a member of the military. And while he has this kind of military regime in the 50s, he starts cracking down and torturing civilians and like killing protesters. They shut down like the Havana University. Was Che Guevara that Che, I believe, is Colombian. No, what you're thinking of? God, you're thinking of Fidel Castro. Um, so Fidel Castro tries to attack the Batista regime at this point. He's a young attorney. The attack doesn't go very well. He retreats into the hills and kind of like plans his next moves. Che is Argentina. My bad. Um, Oh, sorry. He was killed in Bolivia. My bad. Okay. Che Guevara was killed in Bolivia. He played a role in the uprising in Cuba. Yeah. There we go. That's the confusing part, okay? He's from Argentina. He played a role in the Cuban Revolution. He went around the bunch, all of Latin America, and eventually died in Bolivia. There you go. But essentially, the crackdowns and the military action began to replace any kind of like pretense of democracy in Cuba. And also during the Batista years, basically, and this is from JFK. Like, JFK estimates that America owned about 90% of Cuba's industry during these years. And yeah, wasn't working out super great for a lot of people in Cuba, but for some of the people at the top, they made a whole lot of money. They basically turned Havana into the Las Vegas of the Caribbean. And then the popular uprising, along with Fidel Castro, basically put a lot of pressure on Batista until basically the U.S. was like, "Hey, you really should retire because they're gonna fucking kill you, and we're not gonna support you anymore." And so he fled the country, tried to go to Mexico. They wouldn't let him in. The U.S. wouldn't let Batista in either, for the record. And then, yeah. But he also fled with, like, almost $750 million, you know? So it was all... He was not... He did not die poor, okay? The Batista regime were doing deals with the American mafia. Well, they were doing deals with the American mafia, but also they kept replacing the democratic process with just, what are you going to do about it? We have police who are going to kill you or make you disappear. Some of the estimates of the Batista years estimate that around 20,000 Cubans were killed. And a lot... I did some looking. A lot of the estimates of over, like, how many people the Castro regime killed lump in a lot of their, like, foreign wars. Like, it's not the same as, like, a counter-terror campaign where they're executing people in the streets, you know, which is what the Batista regime did. How do you flee with that much money? He fled with a bunch of, like, artwork and like solid gold and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it was messy and bad, and then Fidel Castro came into power, and, like, basically, like, yeah, there were a lot of things the Castro regime did that were bad. You know, they very much followed in the Soviet model of, like, clamping down on freedom of speech. They did a lot of things to restructure the economy, which basically made people who were previously very wealthy very, very upset. And so you had like tens of thousands of people trying to get out of Cuba because they didn't want to live under the conditions of this new economy, really. And also, like, Cuba was put into kind of a tight spot. They went to war for like many years in Angola. they became reliant on like the Soviet Union for payouts. It wound up being not great. And like the standard of life kind of went downhill when the price of oil dropped. Like they went from like being able to like drive around and really maintain like a lot of their at least middle class, working class lifestyle. But when the price of oil dropped, like they had to like institute like 16-hour long like electricity blackouts. They had to like go into rationing. People had to switch back to using like oxen to like till fields. Like it wasn't really great during the economic downturns in Cuba, which further alienated a lot of people. But like a lot of the Cuban diaspora in Florida will talk about it. We'll talk about the Batista years with like, you know, this kind of like glowing memory, like it was some kind of amazing like time to be in Cuba, and like, no, it wasn't. For most of the people in Cuba, no, it wasn't. Castro also tried to bring forth the apocalypse during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah, I mean that wasn't great either. No, that's true. But like if you look at like a lot of his policies over the long term, like a lot of them, it seemed like he had his heart in the right place. Like one of the reasons he was so committed to the war in Angola was because he believed it would bring about the end of apartheid in South Africa, which kind of did in a way, you know. Like the thought being that if South Africa committed enough of its forces to Angola, they wouldn't be able to maintain control over the predominantly black population. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, KBS. A lot of the Cubans in Miami were pro-Batista, and also like were part of the initial wave that got released. There was and also this, by the way, it's not to say that Castro was like a great guy. He was good in a lot of ways, but like pretty fucking awful at a lot of others. Like for example, he used the opportunity when he opened kind of the ability for people to emigrate to the United States. He used the opportunity to like deport like gay people and like the mentally ill. So it, you know, not great in a lot of regards, you know. Was Cuba the one where Nixon said they would make their economy scream? Probably. Sounds about right. Yeah, and that's the thing. Lily loves stuff. When we're talking about places that are really fucked, in a lot of ways, there are going to be bad actors, and we'll get to that. I think when we talk about Ukraine in a bit. But yeah, conflict and revolution don't often bring about like the ideal outcomes, you know. And it's very rare that you get a perfect leader of any kind under any system, but like the revolution and violence often do not facilitate like the best types of folks coming into power. But I'd say that Cuba probably could have done a whole lot worse than Castro. So in that regard, I suppose it's good, relatively, you know. The Nixon quote was regarding Chile. Okay, I don't know much about Nixon. Yeah, Gamer G. Yeah, the whole if a Cuban steps foot on U.S. soil, they become a citizen. Imagine if we did that for like all of Latin America. That would actually be a pretty based policy. True, one hand wonder. True. And surprise, surprise, going back to this story about Miss Salinas posting the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. She also is a fervent member of Moms for Liberty. There are there are videos of her attending Moms for Liberty protests. She's also been seen on video with Proud Boys, who are frequently extremely anti-Semitic. Yeah, it's not great. And this is part of a larger removal of books on various topics. But there are also a lot of books being removed about the Holocaust and Jewish culture, which makes this all seem to dovetail and come together in a pretty horrible way. So, yeah. When asked why she wanted the books removed in the first place, she said she had just been expressing her opinion that the books did not support the curriculum of the school, but did not elaborate at all. She said that she had only read parts of the books. They have to read for me because I'm not an expert, she said. I am not a reader. I'm not a book person. I'm a mom involved in my children's education. Well, if you're a mom involved in your children's education, maybe you should have had them read the entire book to you before you succeeded in getting it banned. And maybe the school board shouldn't have been quite so receptive to your demands to get it removed. This is just insane. Interesting. When the JTA reached out to the school board and a representative of the school district, the statement they put out said no literature, books, or poem has been banned or removed, and that it was determined at the school that Gorman's poem was better suited for middle school students. In publicly available meeting minutes, the review committee said the vocabulary of Gorman's poem was determined to be of value for middle school students. So, and similar that the content and subject matter of the Hughes poems were determined to be for middle school readers. But, why should they not be made available to elementary schoolers that they were previously available to? Strange. Anyway, I thought it was interesting to note that one of the prominent figures that is getting books banned in one of the largest school districts in the country, Miami-Dade, is just posting like anti-Semitism. Hasn't actually read any of the books or any of the poems she got removed. And it literally took no effort. It takes no effort, guys, for these people to come in and ruin childhood education. They, like, show up. One person shows up at one of these meetings and it goes like, I think this book is bad. And then the school board goes, indeed. Well, now that we look at it, it's actually more suited for high schoolers. We'll just put it in the dusty back room in the high school where that we keep locked. Okay. Next complainant. And then they're like, "Oh, we didn't ban it. You can still technically get it." It's so easy because in Florida they have facilitated a system where if you're conservative, you can just be like, "I got a problem with that. My deeply held conservative beliefs do not support this type of rhetoric or behavior." And then, well, then they just get rid of the thing that you're objecting to, I guess. Maybe if she was less of an anti-Semite, she'd also appreciate why book bans are bad. like Goodness sake. So, that's that story. Also, chat, we've been going for 2 hours. Hello. It's me, Riverboat Jack. It's time for your top of the hour ad break, everybody. Hi. Do you like content? Do you come here because you have a need for content? Do you need content? Well, you should consider subscribing today to Riverboat Jack. You can subscribe over on YouTube. You can hit the subscribe button. You hit the like button on the stream. Do those things. And also, consider hitting the follow button over on Twitch. We are 13 follows away from 9,000, and I'd love to hit that. Additionally, consider dropping a dono or some subs. We're going to do a deep dive on the weird freak that does spirit science once we hit 100 subs today. It would really help me out. Hello, Middle Kitty Mom. How you doing? Yeah, we've been going for 2 whole hours. We're just 93 subs away from learning about space Hebrews and the Lucifer experiment. Lucifer experiment sounds like a sci-fi, like, fan fiction. By, like, some kind of evangelical house mom. I would read cover to cover, by the way. Top of the hour med check. Take your meds, everybody. And yeah, if you like my content and don't want me to die, make a dono or gift some subs. Let's go! I thought Spirit Science gave up. I have no idea. I don't follow the Spirit Science guy on YouTube, but people are telling me some wild things about ant people, and I would like to know more. I'm great. I bought some good snacks at the store today. Speaking of Metal Kitty Mom, if I hit that 100 sub goal, I will take an edible and watch a lot of Spirit Science with you guys. So much Spirit Science. Let's go. Sorry. Oh no, did I smack it? Now it's vibrating. There we go. Feed Jack money. Yes, I will die without money. It's true. I went to the grocery store the other day and I wanted to like Roblox myself. Everything's so much more expensive now. I'll smack it and make it vibrate, not for free. Wow, hearing the word edibles caused my edibles to kick in. Hell yeah, Karen Hall. Enjoy. Enjoy the ride. Chat, help please. I'm broke, but Thursday. Until Thursday, but Jack needs Spirit Science. It's true. I have a wound in my heart that only Spirit Science can heal. I have a Spirit Science-shaped hole in my heart. Yo, does this count towards the sub goal?
Does this
Yes.
count towards the sub goal? Anyway, buy some more edibles with this.
Yo, I will. Thank you, Metal Kitty Mom. That is incredibly generous of you. And yes, that absolutely does count. We are now only 83 subs away, chat. Let's go! I will convert any money you guys give me via any avenue. I will convert into riverboat.gg subs, okay? Preferably, if you want to gift subs, do so on riverboat.gg because I get 100% of your dono instead of half of it. Let's go, folks. Let's go. All right. Metal Kitty Mom, thank you so goddamn much. You wonderful kitty cat, you. I'm gonna be making my mom some chocolate chip cookies soon. I'm very excited. Okay, I feel like I can't. Okay. All right. I'm having a good time right now, but y'all need to get ready for a bad time, okay? This story, I just saw it and I was just like, man, what the hell? Oh no, is it Jubilee? No, it's not Jubilee. So, in Mississippi, I'm trying to see the date here. When did this happen? Okay, yeah. Last Saturday, Mississippi police officers burst into a home at 4 a.m. and shot an unarmed 11-year-old boy. They did this after having received a call from said 11-year-old boy at the request of his mother, because the father of one of her children had arrived and was making a scene, and she was fearing for the safety of herself and her children. Okay? So, luckily, I'm going to preface this story by saying that the child is alive. He's not okay. He's still in the hospital. He's not still in the hospital. He returned home yesterday. His name is Andarian Murray, and cool first name, by the way. Andarian is cool. That's a good name. So he's not dead. However, he was shot in the lung, collapsing it. He also had a lacerated liver and fractured ribs. So the Associated Press does not say how many times he was shot. However, I would imagine a lacerated liver and a collapsed lung and fractured ribs indicate to me multiple shots. But luckily he is stable and he is now back home. So we'll watch the press conference here, just a short snippet of it.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
We'll see you at 9 o'clock Thursday morning unless the city acts before then. But don't hold your breath. Thank you.
He said, his words to me was, why did he shoot me? What did I do? And then he just started crying.
11-year-old boy.
Not been able to hear anything from the chief.
He shot him in center range in the chest. So the boy comes around the corner unarmed. If he's coming out with his hands up, or however they were, why do you haul off and shoot him? So this makes no sense. This man, Capers, is an ever-present threat to the citizens of Indianola's safety. He has to go. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I can't describe it. Like, he ran to me, he was bleeding. I held him, I held his wound. He suffered fractures to his rib. His lung collapsed. He's still on oxygen. He have a tube in his chest for the fluid. He got liver lacerations.
I don't think conservatives are going to cover this story, to be 100% with you. If they do, they'll try and see, like, they'll try and vilify the mother, I'm sure. But yeah. So this happened in Indianola, down in Mississippi. Yeah, I don't know for sure how many shots, Archangel. I just, from the list of injuries, it would seem to me like more than one, but that is not a confirmed fact. Okay. So here is the attorney for the family's version of events. Okay. Adarian's mother, Nakala Murray, said her son is blessed to be alive, but he does not understand why an officer shot him. This is the worst moment of my life, and I feel like nobody cares. That's my child, y'all, Nakala Murray said Thursday as she cried in the lobby of City Hall. Moore said Nakala Murray asked her son to call police at about 4 a.m. Saturday morning when the father of one of her other children showed up at their home. Moore said the man was irate and Nakala Murray felt threatened. He called the police to come to his mother's rescue, Moore said of Adarian. He called his grandmother to come to his mother's rescue. The police came there and escalated the situation. Moore said 2 officers responded and one kicked the front door before Nakala Murray opened it. She told them the intruder had left the home, but 3 children were inside, Moore said. Moore said Nakala Murray told him that Sergeant Greg Capers, who is black, yelled into the home and said anyone inside should come out with their hands up. Moore said Adarian walked into the living room with nothing in his hands, and Capers shot him in the chest. Indianola City Attorney Kimberly Merchant confirmed to the Enterprise Tocsin newspaper in Indianola that Capers is the officer who fired the shot. And if it's the shot, then I suppose it's just the one shot. Moore told the Associated Press in an interview Thursday that Indianola officials have suspended Capers with pay during an investigation into the shooting. This seems to be standard procedure everywhere in the country, but man, he shot a 10-year-old, an 11-year-old kid, you know, like there's no there's no excuse for it, but unfortunately our legal system has recognized that there doesn't need to be a good reason for any shooting. The only reason a cop needs to justify shooting anybody in America is they felt threatened. You know, they felt scared. You know? Maybe this grown-ass man is going to argue in court that he felt threatened because he thought that 11-year-old was big. He thought that 11-year-old, you know, was gonna pull out a gun. The AP left phone messages Thursday for Merchant, Indianola Mayor Ken Featherstone, and Police Chief Ronald Sampson. They did not immediately respond. Nicola Murray and Moore were joined by a few other people Thursday as they sat in the City Hall lobby and sang, "We shall overcome." The Mississippi Bureau of Investigation announced Saturday that it is examining the shooting, as it does most shootings involving law enforcement officers in the state. And their statement through their spokesperson, Bailey Martin, said that the Mississippi Department of Public Safety is currently assessing this critical incident and gathering evidence. Upon completing the investigation, agents will share their findings with the Attorney General's office. Due to this being an open and ongoing investigation, no further comment will be made. So, yeah, there's not much more information than that, but just unspeakable, you know? Unspeakable. Evil. You're going there to protect this family, and you shoot one of the children after the mother already tells you the intruder is gone. You then yell, "Come out with your hands up," and a child comes out with his hands up, and you shoot him. This man needs to be fired yesterday. Nah, see, Catalina Gearbox, Barney Fife would never shoot someone. Because he was, you know, he wouldn't do that. I don't think Barney Fife, did Barney Fife ever shoot his gun? Oh yes, no, he does shoot his gun. It's just that in the show he just continually shoots himself in the foot.
You see, if you're not familiar with firearms, these babies can go off. Now watch this. Say somebody just sneaked in the back door and he's told me to reach. Now you say reach.
Barney, I ain't got time to play games. I got work to do.
Oh, come on, tell me to reach. Just say reach.
Okay, reach. Show it to us, Barney. Show us a quick draw.
Please, Barney, I'd like to see it.
You want to see it? Yeah.
Okay, maybe he does shoot his gun a lot. My bad.
I said, all right, you guys. I'm giving you the count of three. If you ain't out of here on three, I'm drawing on you. 1, 2, 3. Removing a gun from the holster, you do it smoothly and safely. And when you return it to the holster, you repeat the process smoothly and safely. Out smoothly and safely. Back smoothly and safely. You don't just jerk it out. That's dangerous.
Man, even watching him around this child in the context of this story makes me nervous as fuck. But yeah.
Tell me, Sheriff Taylor, why don't you carry a gun?
Oh, I don't know. When a man carries a gun all the time, the respect he thinks he's getting might really be fear. So I don't carry a gun because I don't want the people of Mayberry to fear a gun. I'd rather they would respect me.
I don't know. Seems like this would have saved a small child who is now always going to fear police for the rest of his life. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like we I feel like cops should not have guns. I don't know if that's possible in America, but ideally cops should not have guns. Like rifle in the back? Sure, why not? But like a gun on your hip? Man, it seems like it kills a lot of people. Seems like it hurts like a lot of kids. A lot of 11 and 12-year-olds in America getting shot by cops. The main problem with adopting like a European approach to like police is that frankly, we have so many guns in America that like a pretty decent argument can be made that cops need guns in order to respond to in the moment crimes because people have so many guns. You know, there needs to it's a symbiotic relationship. If we want to disarm the police, we got to be able to disarm America, and that's a very tangled web, you know? I'm not saying it's impossible, but we would need like some kind of federal buyback program of guns and then like remove like like hundreds of thousands of guns from like circulation, you know? Like it would not be an easy thing to do. In the meantime, your kids will just die? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I don't have any when it comes to guns, I don't have any solutions for you guys. Like the vast majority of Americans believe in common sense gun regulation, and like we still can't get that. And I think it would require a complete overhaul of like who is elected in our country to like achieve that, you know? Jack, the other problem is America won't ever be as culturally homogenous as most of the countries where strict gun bans are a thing. I don't think that plays a role at all. I think putting it down to like homogeneity of like culture, I disagree with that. And it gets I think that argumentation gets awfully close to some negative preconceptions. Yeah, and that's the thing, Dithron. I would say we should institute like as a first step at the very least. You know, if we can get common sense gun reforms, you know, passed, I would argue then that we should also pass a gun buyback program to remove like, you know, dangerous guns, serial numberless guns from circulation, you know? If you mean like a lot of countries don't have an established gun culture, like I'll agree with you there. Um but keep in mind like a lot of the gun culture in America is really predicated on like several like Supreme Court decisions over like the last 30-ish years, you know? A lot of gun culture in America is relatively recent and people just like to pretend that it's not. You know? Like the idea that like handguns could be sold and widespread was like not really a thing until relatively recently. When was that? Mandatory safety training and updating it to keep your license. Okay, thanks. I was trying to find like the actual name of the case that I was talking about, but yeah, no. Yeah, the 2008 SCOTUS decision was absolutely devastating, you know? Yeah, District of Columbia v. Heller. Jesus Christ. Sometimes the people above me these days are so goddamn loud. There was just a huge, huge thump. You guys might have been able to hear that. Yeah. Yeah, 2008, by the way. No, not bumping uglies. It's just like moving furniture, jumping around. I think a kid might live up there. I don't know. Yeah, the 2008 Supreme Court ruling was the first time in almost 70 years that the Supreme Court had ruled on like the Second Amendment. And it is the ruling, by the way, that affirmed the individual right to keep handguns in the home for self-defense. Prior to that, that was not at all a thing established in our country. So, like, just think about that. It wasn't until 2008 that happened. "15 years ago." Modern American gun culture is younger than Batman Begins. Yeah. Yeah. I recall an election in 2008. Yeah. Hey, Boiled Peanuts, how you doing? How's that new computer treating you? Hey, Sweet Miss Music. You have to, step 1, force all the right-wing militias to relinquish their guns. Step 2, create a federal mandate. Step 3, finally demilitarize the police and reform. This would be a massive undertaking, but I honestly think that's the answer. Yeah, like, Sweet Miss Music, I think basically what would need to happen, right, is that you would need to massively demilitarize the police, but that would be like the last step, right? The first step would be common sense gun reform, and followed by like a gun buyback program to remove guns from circulation. And it could also work as a form of like economic stimulus by like the government is effectively buying back these guns at a fair market price. And not only would you have to do that, you would also like have to then, I think probably the standard for demilitarizing or breaking up these militias would be that you have to register the militia with some type of government entity. You'd have to like have a registered and properly run and organized militia in order to keep those weapons. Yeah, that would definitely It would definitely still be an undertaking for sure. You know. Okay. I'd be in favor of community armories. Yeah, community armories would be fine, I think. I also think that it'd be fine for like police to maintain like like a shotgun or like a rifle in like the trunk of their car or something, but like something that cannot be pulled out as a first response, you know? Yeah, so a well-regulated militia, indeed, Bill Casey. Yes. Yeah, boiled peanuts. We got so many friendos. Also, I'm taking suggestions for people to collaborate with in the future when we start our Riverboat Jack friendship arc. Just people to talk to and shoot the shit, and whether they want to talk about comic books or movies or TV or politics. I'll probably be able to work politics into anything because I got the brain rot. But if any of you have suggestions for who to have on and talk to, please feel free to make them. I already got Rhizome on there, so got Shark on there as well. Hell yeah. Also, chat, if anyone would like to get us a little bit closer, we are currently about 83 subs away from our deep dive into spirit science. I've been told that apparently there's something about a god living under the sands of Egypt with his ant people. We got Gremlo too, baby. Sorry I spaced. Is there a new PV stream happening? Yo, anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that. Boom. Let's see. Oh no, we're not. Yeah, no, we're not talking about a progressive victory stream. I just mean for like my stream in general. I'm really bad at reaching out to people, and I'm really bad at responding to people. But it would be cool to do more collaborative streams and like build up kind of like a leftist community and like other lefty content creators that you guys can trust, you know? Yeah. Any mouse. Oh, Reservoir, hello! I'm your dad. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How you doing, Raiders? What's up? My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about politics and the news. And we just got through a difficult story, and we're gonna be talking about Ukraine in a little bit. J. Marianne. Oh, Tofu Ghost would be good. That's one I don't have yet. I've tried to get Tofu on the Progressive Victory streams, but it's been hard. RBJ is both pretty and smart. Thank you, Conoclast. How you doing? How we all doing, Raiders? Yo, Leah! Thank you for subscribing over on the thing, the Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I don't know why this person was banned, so I'm just gonna unban them. I can't believe it's been 30 goddamn months. Love you to pieces too, Leah. How you doing? I hope you're in a better place. I know you've been struggling. Based, I was that person. I don't know why you were banned, so I just unbanned you. Demented game show host. Hello. Because I thought you guys, I don't talk to like other streamers. Like it is very rare for me to reach out to other streamers, even the ones that I like. Okay, so if you want me to do more with other people, like again, suggest other streamers. I'm open to it. Also, if any of you want to be in the, if any of you raiders want to be in the cool on-screen chat here, all you gotta do is come over to riverboat.gg. It's full of cool people, nice homies. They behave well. I must go into the void, but I shall lurk. Excellent. Omnipotent rift. I'm getting better. I'm glad you're feeling better, Leah. We miss you. Oh yeah, to explain this, if you want to see me cover some spirit science stuff, I don't know anything about spirit science, but my chat has been telling me there's a guy who claims to be a spirit scientist, who talks about a god that lives under the sands of Egypt and has an army of ant people that are working to prevent the apocalypse. And I don't know anything about that, but I want to know more so I can laugh at it. Apparently, he also believes that Jewish people are Terminators sent from the future. And I would like to know more about that, because as deep as I've gone into far-right propaganda, I haven't encountered that one before. Oh, he also believes Atlantis is real. Excellent. Excellent. What's the name of the guy? I think it's just called Spirit Science. Yeah, there's a whole space Jews from the future thing with spirit science. Oh my god. It's fucking hilarious shit. I can't wait. Also, chat, ideally, I will be converting any subs or bits or like direct donos with exclamation point tip into subs. And if you come over to riverboat.gg, remember that when you gift subs, I get to keep the whole $5 dues for myself instead of splitting it 50-50 with Jeff Bezos. Sounds like an Emerald Tablets of Toth type. Toth was mentioned. I don't know anything about the Emerald Tablets, though. I feel like I'm learning about like the lore of like some obscure JRPG. The real spirit science is the friends we've made along the way. It's bad, but also funny. Super anti-Semitic, but so goddamn ridiculous it's hard to get actually offended. Yeah, plus, like, he's a massive piece of shit, so, like, I don't feel bad. Like, I feel like from what I've heard, he's not mentally ill, he's just a piece of shit, so I don't feel bad making fun of him. You know, like, some of these far-right types are clearly, like, battling some kind of mental illness, and I feel bad dunking on them a lot. But he just seems like he's shitty. He's completely nuts. No, Jack, Jews are... Wait, they're Terminators from Mars? Well, come on. Okay, we need some gift subs to get us closer, okay? All right. But until we do that, we're going to cover the news coming out of Ukraine. So, they're from future Mars? Did he just rip off, like, the lore of Sailor Moon? Oh my god. Obviously Martians. Okay, cool. Is spirit science related to spirit cooking? I don't know, maybe if we let him cook. Anyway. So, folks, it's time to talk about Ukraine, okay? So there have been a lot of things going on and happening in the Russia-Ukraine war, and it's not great. Um, However, some interesting developments have occurred. Okay, number one is that there appear to now be several paramilitary groups that are raiding into Russian territory, specifically into the area around Belgorod, which is on the far western part of Russia, bordering Ukraine. Okay? And this seems like an interesting development that we should probably pay attention to, because it does have the capacity to possibly escalate the conflict, though to what degree I'm not entirely sure. The size of these paramilitary groups is relatively unknown, though it's estimated to be anywhere from like 1,500 to a couple thousand. We don't know, but what we do know here is that basically we have a number of organizations. All right, so we have the Russian Volunteer Corps, the RVC, and we also have another group called the Freedom of Russia Legion. I believe there might also be a third one, but these are the two main ones that have participated in these attacks. Okay? And essentially you have the Freedom of Russia Legion, which is made up of the of soldiers from Russia who have surrendered and want to oust Putin. At least that is how they portray themselves. Now, whether or not that is the actual makeup of their organization remains unknown. They also mainly seem to be ideologically united in overthrowing Putin. They don't seem to have additional ideological motivations. And it seems to be like their main thing is just get rid of Putin. The other group that I mentioned, the Russian Volunteer Corps, seems to be made up primarily of Russians who emigrated to Ukraine, and neo-Nazis. So that's not great. It seems to be predominantly white nationalist neo-Nazis in that group, which I looked a bit into, and it seems as if it is made up of basically a splinter group from the Azov Battalion. The Freedom of Russia Legion seems to be the larger of the two organizations, though to what extent remains to be seen. And both organizations have pretty sizable social media followings. I believe around 110,000 for the Russian Volunteer Corps and 250,000 for the Freedom of Russia Legion. And they've basically been staging these raids into Russia. It seems like these groups have kind of had like a round table of some kind and signed an agreement to like work together to achieve like the goal of overthrowing Putin. And it also seems like during their raids into Russian territory, they're trying to recruit more people into their ranks to fight against Putin. So a lot of this is interesting. Definitely has the possibility to escalate. Another aspect of this is that these groups have been active for about a year now, it seems. And it is also unclear to what extent these groups are affiliated with the Ukrainian military. Now, the Ukrainian military does not claim them and says that they are not working with either group. Both groups claim to be working with Ukraine. So it is, again, unknown which group is telling the truth. Ukraine has motivation to, distance itself from these groups, especially as they are raiding into Russian territory. And additionally, it does seem as if there is some level of coordination between the Ukrainian military and these groups. Specifically, it seems as if from communications that I've seen between these groups and the Ukrainian military, it seems as if they contact the Ukrainian military before undertaking like a military operation or making a military strike, specifically so they don't get like in the way of like a Ukrainian military operation. And it also seems as if the Ukrainian military provides them with medical aid, fuel, and food. But that seems to be about the extent of the collaboration between the Ukrainian military and these groups. So that's kind of where that's at. And it's not great. Working with neo-Nazis in wartime, not great. But also worth pointing out that the Wagner group of Russia is a far larger group of neo-Nazis. So I guess as long as the neo-Nazis are fighting each other, right? With that being said, yes, that seems to be basically the breakdown of that situation. So if you hear more about it, that's kind of what's going on. Okay, in a nutshell. The other development that we want to talk about when it comes to Ukraine is the fact that the Battle of Bakhmut seems to have turned against Ukraine. However, despite the fact that the Wagner Group has claimed that it has succeeded, it is declaring victory over Bakhmut, and is swapping out its positions for Russian troops proper. It seems to be that the situation is a little bit more complicated than that, because Ukraine has been signaling for the past several days that their plan is to now encircle Bakhmut, and basically turn it into a kill box for the Russian soldiers that are in Bakhmut. It remains to be seen if they'll be able to do that. That's unknown. But we can take a look. We can take a look at the live UA map just real quick, to get a little bit of an idea here about what's going down here. Yeah, here we go. So, when we go over here, we got Bakhmut. You can see quite a bit of Bakhmut has been taken over. There's really just some parts of the outskirts here that are being held on. A lot of the natural terrain is being used to kind of stall any kind of Russian advance. But keep in mind that Ukraine is also readying a surge of troops to begin the spring offensive. So it will be interesting to see what happens here, because Russia has so heavily committed to this position that it makes it a very tantalizing target for a Ukrainian counteroffensive. We'll see if it is successful. Who can say if it will be, but that looks like it's going to be what happens here. And for an idea of just what's going on in Ukraine, we're going to take a look at a couple different videos here from around Bakhmut.
And deadly assault, the Russian mercenary group Wagner claims it has captured the eastern Ukrainian city of Bakhmut. Wagner posted a video of its soldiers holding up the Russian flag and claiming that they had captured the town after 224 days of brutal fighting. Now, the leaders of Ukraine deny this. They say Ukrainian forces are still in control of buildings flanking Bakhmut. CNN's Nick Robertson is in eastern Ukraine for us, and Nick, you're near the front lines. Is this potential defeat problematic for Ukraine in the long run?
Yes, it is. It's a morale issue. It's a morale issue for them and for the Russians. The Russians gained something. This is a tough war for the Ukrainians. They've lost this. It makes many soldiers question their political leaders. Did they make the right decision? Lose so many soldiers? The canon narrative is it sucked up and killed a lot of Russian troops. But if Russia pushes through Bakhmut and comes over the hill and through the countryside beyond, it moves on to the next towns. And there's no doubting that that's their target. We were along the front lines that are very, very close to Bakhmut. And you get the real sense from soldiers there that this war just is giving them a kicking.
Barely out of the armoured troop carrier. Incoming artillery.
We're just going to wait in this little basement until the shelling's over. Then they think it'll be safe to move forward to the front positions.
A few minutes later, safe to come out at this army outpost a few miles from Bakhmut. Last night was hard, a lot of shelling. Call sign Gambit tells us the soldier is still shell-shocked from an anti-tank rocket attack.
We're going to get back in the vehicle, try to get a little closer to the front lines.
10 days ago, these troops pushed the Russians back around Bakhmut, but their advance is slowing and harder. We get to a small
Hey, Fox
HQ.
of Fate.
Call sign Fox, a former farmer, is readying his troops for their coming shift on the front line, stopping the Russians in Bakhmut from advancing.
How hard is that?
It's impossible to describe these feelings, he says. You can only experience it. No words can express it. They shell a lot. As we talk, it is clear this war is taking its toll.
You only have to look at the soldiers' faces here to know how tough this battle is. They all look worn. They say morale's high, but their faces are telling a different story.
We move on towards other positions and stop as the shelling increases.
We've just been told the place that we were going to is under heavy shelling, so we're going to pull back from here, go somewhere else.
In the battalion bunker, the commander tells us the Russians have ramped up their shelling on his troops since they advanced. Tons of ammo, shrapnel, tanks firing, everything. His unit's drones recorded their recent successes, but now the Russians have regrouped and in a moment of candor following losses the previous night, admits morale is flagging. Let's be honest, he says, we are fighting heavily for more than a year. My soldiers went through many battles and 2 rotations near Bakhmut. Troops are exhausted, but we endure.
Bakhmut, which is just over the hill in that direction, has become an object lesson in how Russia's wealth in men and ammunition can prevail, and that unless Ukraine gets the modern weaponry support from its allies, it's going to struggle to tip the balance.
Call sign Fox and his unit load up for their hard miles at the front. An end of war, getting back to their families. What drives them into the shelling?
And in another bizarre development, some separatist Russian forces who are allied with Ukraine have crossed the border and actually invaded Russia?
Yeah, look, what the troops are doing in and around Bakhmut and in other places along the front line is to try to find a weakness in the Russian lines, to force the Russians to pull more resources, more troops in from one area to another. And that's happened around Bakhmut. And I think what we're witnessing at the border there, I mean, how bizarre that essentially Ukrainian allied forces can drive across the border into Russia. Russia is at war with Ukraine. Okay, they call it a special military operation, but how can the border be so weak? A handful of Ukrainian armored vehicles can drive across the border, create havoc in a town, cause injuries, apparently take prisoners, put the governor there, or the local mayor at least, on the back foot under assault from citizens who are saying you're not doing enough to protect us. What is it actually designed to do? It appears as if the Ukrainians are trying to force the Russians to redeploy troops out of the fight in Ukraine to get along the border and defend these many, many hundreds of small border crossings that apparently they're not defending. I think that's Ukraine's ploy right now, because it wants to create weaknesses so it can get through with a big counteroffensive. And this is one way to try to do it.
Nick Robertson, please stay safe in eastern Ukraine. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's a lot happening right now. The situation around Bakhmut is not good. However, again, the spring counteroffensive has yet to actually begin. So it will be interesting to see what happens when the bulk of Ukraine's forces begin moving against these Russian lines. Especially given the fact that, yeah, that's a leggy guy. Thank you for the sub. We're using Ukraine like we used Afghanistan in the 80s, bleeding Russia's money to create an even more destabilized Russia in the hopes they'll submit to Western corporations. It's sad that so many people will die for capitalist profits. I mean, I don't necessarily think that it's bad what's happening, frankly. Russia has been really... Russia is also an imperial hegemon, and I think it's worth noting that. And Russia is also run by corrupt oligarchs, right? And so, like, if you put those two things together, the fact that it was it invaded Ukraine, okay? It was going to rape the resources of Ukraine. That was the entire point of the invasion. And either way, it was going to be bad. I think this is actually a better outcome. I think bleeding a authoritarian regime that is rapidly, or has been rapidly, adopting elements of fascism to it, I think that is actually a good thing. I think weakening an authoritarian and fascist regime is a positive, both for the people of Russia and for the people within Russia's sphere of influence. Yeah, I don't think this is to submit to Russia, to Western corporations. I think that the United States has has multiple angles on this, obviously. But, like, from a geopolitical perspective, having a stable Russia is good for profits. Like, having international stability is, like, the best way to continue making profits. Yeah. I just feel bad about the average Russian. I mean, I feel bad about the average Russian too, Average people always get fucked by war. Always. There's not like a situation in which that doesn't happen in an all-out war. And so it always sucks, right? I just don't think that this is the same situation as, like, an Afghanistan or Iraq. I don't think that it's the same. And I've seen a lot of people on the left drawing comparisons that I don't think actually work in this particular case. So I want to be careful about what we're actually saying, right? Geopolitical stability is good for profits. And frankly, a lot of Western corporations were pretty good for profits prior to the Russian invasion. I don't think the current momentum or goals is to goal of like this conflict is to make money. For most people, obviously the military-industrial complex wants to make money, but like this isn't exactly this, again, not exactly the same as in Iraq or Afghanistan, you know, United States invasion, where like the military-industrial complex basically just printed free money for like several decades, right? Like, we're not sending new stuff to Ukraine. We're sending the old stuff that we would decommission anyway. So it's, I think it's a bit different. The thing the quibble I'd make with that analogy is that there was never any intention of letting Afghanistan have autonomy. Like bleeding Russia is something I would assume is a secondary effect. Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. Afghanistan would never have had like any amount of freedom if Russia had won that invasion. You know, I don't think Ukraine is going to become like a puppet state to America, or like a if they win the conflict, I don't think they're going to be a. They'll certainly be a U.S. ally. They're not going to be like a 51st state, you know? Let's see. Ukraine will also have to submit to Western capital. Both outcomes are bad, but one is obviously worse. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? With when you're talking about war, you talk about like the lesser of, you know, the evils that you're dealing with. But also there's like no place on earth that doesn't submit to some degree to Western capital. And if you're not if you find a place that's not submitting to Western capital, they're submitting to Chinese capital. Like that's the alternative, really. You know? And capitalism, not good, very bad. But I think democracy is good. And probably the best outcome we can hope for both Russia and Ukraine. Anyway. One thing that I've been meaning to go over this with you guys for a bit now. Oh my goodness. But one thing that is pretty interesting to me is the fact that there's a lot of Russian propaganda going around about basically trying to convince not Ukrainians, their own soldiers, their conscripts, that if they surrender to Ukrainians, they will be killed, they will be tortured and killed. I thought it was really interesting. There's a couple of weeks ago, there was a video of a soldier on the battlefield around Bakhmut surrendering, and it's honestly incredible to see happen. It is a Russian soldier surrendering to a Ukrainian drone. So we're gonna watch that. I'm gonna have to turn off the audio on this because it probably uses copyrighted music. But here we go. He's the last Russian soldier in the trench, trying to communicate that he does not want to fight anymore. And there's no audio on the drone footage, by the way. And he's terrified that the drone that comes to him is going to drop a bomb. It doesn't. It instead drops a note giving him directions on how to get through no man's land because he's currently on the front lines. And if he crosses over those lines, he's gonna get murdered. Like, he's gonna get fucking destroyed. So the directions are essentially follow the drone. I believe there might have been more footage of initially of like the last other soldier in the trench choosing to kill himself rather than be captured or killed by Ukrainians. Just absolutely terrifying. Dude's guided by this drone the entire way. Like, it looks staged almost, but it's not. Yeah, the Ukrainian 92nd Mechanized Division.
Служащий российской армии, квадрокоптер. Сегодня непосредственно спас мне жизнь.
Nope, we're not doing the music. We're not doing that. Can't get me. Too fast. Yeah, a lot of these Russian soldiers do not want the fight. Like, even, like, the Wagner Group is a massive piece of shit organization run by and made up of prominently by neo-Nazis, okay? But, like, even the Wagner Group has, like, forcibly conscripted prisoners from inside of Russia in order to, like, force them to fight. Like, so many people in this conflict, especially on the Russian side, do not want the fight. People on the Ukrainian side actually give the shit and actually want the fight because it's their home. Like, it's their city. It's their farm field. Now, very interestingly, so we saw in that earlier news report that the Wagner Group had declared victory in Bakhmut. One thing to take note of, okay? One thing to take note of is the fact that the Wagner Group is run by Yevgeny Prigozhin, who is an oligarch in Putin's inner circle. And Prigozhin has been essentially one of the most vocal people during this war. And he just yesterday warned of revolution and said that 20,000 Wagner troops had been killed in Bakhmut. That's his estimate, okay? Which means it's probably more. Okay? Prigozhin said, children of Russian elite shook their arses in sun, while sons of poor returned in coffins. He said that 20% of the 50,000 convicts Wagner had recruited and a similar number of its regular troops had been killed over several months in the fight for Bakhmut. And he said, this divide can end as in 1917 with a revolution. He posted on Telegram. First, the soldiers will stand up, and after that, their loved ones will rise up. There are already tens of thousands of them, relatives of those killed, and there will probably be hundreds of thousands. We cannot avoid that. Prigozhin is known as Putin's chef because he once provided catering services to the Russian leader, but he said that Putin's butcher would be a more fitting nickname now. Yeah. So it's really interesting to me that we have a number of things happening. We have the Wagner Group declaring victory, and Prigozhin declaring victory over Bakhmut. Then we have this statement, which is like indicating that both Prigozhin, Wagner Group, and the people of Russia are close to starting a revolution to overthrow Putin. And then we have another bit of information, which is the Wagner Group is being replaced in Russia, or in Bakhmut, rather. The Wagner Group is not going to be on the front lines here anymore.
Russian mercenaries with the Wagner Group organization are withdrawing from the outskirts of the city of Bakhmut to be replaced by regular government soldiers. That's according to Ukraine's defense ministry. It appears to at least partially confirm statements from the group's founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, seen in this video release Thursday, that his forces would be leaving the devastated city on May 25th through June 1st. And the Ukrainian Defense Ministry says that as of Thursday, the mercenaries remain inside the city. Ukraine's military also says the number of Russian attacks in the area has fallen in recent days. Prigozhin claimed to have completed Russia's capture of the city on Saturday after the longest and bloodiest battle of the war, in which his group played a central role. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian government says Russia launched 36 drones against the country in overnight attacks, but that every single one of them was shot down without ever reaching their target. This footage from a Reuters camera shows debris falling over the capital, Kyiv. The drones were said to be of Iranian origin and given to Russia's military.
So yeah, we got a lot of things going on in Ukraine. It's a bit dicey over there, especially as it relates to Bakhmut. There were rumors that Putin was terminally ill, although that might be just propaganda from either side. The news was really early in the war. Yeah, that's been floating around for a while now. I don't know whether or not to believe it or not. He's been alive for a real long time, so I'll believe it, I guess, when I see him in a coffin. Thought it was run by Dmitry Utkin. No. So Dmitry Utkin. Yeah. No, so Dmitry Utkin was kind of the he was the front man for the Wagner Group. For a long time, Prigozhin did not want to be associated with the Wagner Group, so Utkin was kind of like the supposed face of it. But during the Russia-Ukraine war, he came out and was like, "Yep, it's me, everybody, Prigozhin, hey." Hello, Ashley. How you doing? Hey, Sentient Waffle. So that's kind of your Ukraine update, except for one more thing. One more thing about Ukraine. Okay? So, folks. Okay. Go. So, here's what we're going to talk about now. We're going to talk about TYT and a video that they put out a few days ago. Now, I was aware of this video. I didn't watch it. But I saw it showing up in my recommended videos on YouTube. You know, when I prep the show, you know, I look around on YouTube, and I saw this, and the name of the video made me pause, and I was just like, wait, what? I'm gonna look this up a little bit. The name of the video is "Biden Escalates War with Russia, Sends F-16s to Ukraine." I was like, that seems odd, because I distinctly remember Biden saying that he wouldn't send F-16s to Ukraine. Now, let's see. Just to look up again. Yeah. So, there are a number of European countries, like the Netherlands, I believe Germany as well, who have agreed. Double check real quick. I want to be careful with my language. Yes. Okay. So the UK and Germany and countries like the Netherlands have all committed to sending F-16s to Ukraine. Now, hey, thanks Corn Pop for Prez. When we take a look at this story, that seems to be a big difference. There's a big difference between other countries sending F-16s to Ukraine and the US sending F-16s to Ukraine. I think that there's like a material difference between those two things, right? So right off the bat, I like saw that and I was like, well, okay, maybe this is like hyperbolic. Biden isn't sending these planes to Ukraine. But Biden is just part of like a coalition, and these other countries want to send planes to Ukraine. Okay. Now, this agreement was revealed when Zelensky went to Hiroshima in Japan several days ago. And basically, the agreement is they're sending F-16s to Ukraine. Some U.S. personnel will, and as well as personnel from other countries, will likely train Ukrainian pilots on how to use the F-16s. Likely not within Ukraine itself, but likely in surrounding countries. And the Ukrainian government has basically said we aren't going to use these planes to launch counteroffensives in Russia. We're not gonna cross the Ukrainian-Russian border to do bombing runs in Russia. So that's basically the agreement here. So, with that having been said, let's take a look at this video. I've seen some of it. It's not great.
President Biden.
Oh God, that's really loud.
Has informed the G7 allies here that the United States has agreed to allow Ukrainian pilots to begin training to fly American-made F-16 fighter jets. This move represents a major reversal for Biden and a wish fulfilled for Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who has pleaded for F-16s for months.
Oh, goody, an escalation of war. Now, in this case, as you heard in that report, the Biden administration will now allow our European allies to transfer American-made F-16s to Ukraine, something that was considered a red line by the Biden administration previously, especially when we're dealing with another nuclear power, Russia. And of course, Vladimir Putin has responded to this by threatening nuclear war with the United States, which is unsurprising. It's not the first time he's done it. But, you know, maybe sending over offensive weaponry to Ukraine, not the best idea. And there.
So a lot has been said. Hey, Josephine Lumiere. A lot has been said in like the last several seconds here. Weaponry by its nature is offensive. Second of all, I don't know if it's an escalation of war for Ukraine to have fighter jets when Russia has had fighter jets the entire time, and those fighters have been bombing Ukrainian cities. It's not an escalation. It's not like Russia hasn't been using them and now Ukraine will have them, and it's like, oh, well, time for Russia to escalate. No. The F-16s, like the main thing the F-16s are good at is aerial dogfighting, and I'm guessing that the reason that they have F-16s is specifically to defend against Russian bombing jets and bombing runs. Yeah. But let's continue on.
There is no end in sight for this war. In fact, the idea of sending F-16s to Ukraine makes it abundantly clear that the United States and its allies intend to continue engaging in this war for at least 18 months, possibly more, because there's some trade.
The United States isn't engaging in the war. Russia's invading Ukraine. They are the ones engaging. They could pull their forces back literally any time. Anytime. They could decide not to continue invading Ukraine.
Training necessary in order to ensure that members of Ukraine's military are able to operate F-16s. We'll get to all those details in just a moment. Now, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky has been asking for F-16s since the beginning of this war in the United States under Biden's leadership.
Honestly, like Josephine Lumiere, I'm not even sure like if Ukraine is paying for these weapons. Maybe in some way, but like F-16s are not like the new hotness, guys. They're almost 50 years old. They're almost half a century old. They're literally, it's been 47 years since they started flying them.
Leadership had refused to do so. They saw it as an escalation of war. The next video has some more details on this.
The F-16, the backbone of the U.S. air fleet, can travel twice the speed of sound, drop bombs on ground targets, and fire air-to-air missiles.
Okay, now I'm not a military person, right? I'm not up on my military hardware. Okay? Is the F-16 the backbone of the U.S. Air Force? Because I'm pretty sure we use, like, the F-35 now, right? Welcome, Hannah Reloaded. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for subscribing, Hannah. I appreciate it. Thanks to Marking for your sub gift. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break here. Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. We're going through a segment on Ukraine right now. I'm a socialist. Welcome, folks. How you doing? Hi, Ira Q Bella. The F-35 is crap. I think it only works half the time. Well, okay, we can talk about the F-35 for a bit. That we can do. Shanna Cranky Pants, thank you for the follow. Chat, we are 12 follows away from hitting 9,000 follows, and that'd be real cool to do over on Twitch. And if any of you would like to jump on over to riverboat.gg, which is the streaming site, you can be part of the on-screen chat. And also, we're taking subs here. Every sub over on riverboat.gg, which I don't have to split with Jeff Bezos, gets us a step closer to doing a deep dive on spirit science, because apparently I didn't know anything about this spirit science YouTube channel, but apparently has something to do with Jews are are Martians from the future, and they're basically Terminators. I don't know how that works, but I'd like to. And also, apparently, there's like a god that lives under the sands of Egypt and has a bunch of loyal ant people who do his bidding. So, you know, I'd like to know more about all this. I had to go and check myself because I don't know planes. Looks like it was the F-14 in the original Top Gun. Yeah. We covered that earlier. I made that same mistake. All right. So basically, from what I understand about the F-35 is that it's basically the new plane, right? There are over 920 of them. They've been around for a bit now. They tend to not be good in dogfights. That's basically my understanding. My understanding is that the F-35, it's not a good plane for a dogfight. But the idea is that it shouldn't be in a dogfight in the first place. If it's in a dogfight, you've fucked up. The F-22 is the badass one now. The F-22. Tactical stealth fighter aircraft. And this one's been around since 2005. Okay. Also, Sweetmit's Music, thank you very much for the $10 dono. Bringing us up to 20 subs. Let's go. Chat, we need 80 more, and then we get Spirit Science. Let's go. Hey, Harridan. Let's see. Weren't the F-35s the one that kept having tech issues that were utterly unflyable? Yeah, the F-35 had, like, the worst development of any, like, fighter craft, basically. But also, like, it's been flying for, like, 16 years, you know? They're working those kinks out. Let's see. F-35. 2023 issues. Yeah, the F-35 is still, like, not great. But it is more advanced and honestly is not supposed to be in dogfights anyway. JSF, Joint Strike Fighter, a synonym for the F-35. Gotcha. The F-22 is like to my understanding, the F-22 is the one that like is used for dogfighting situations now. Yeah, green's aplenty. Yeah, that's probably why they've made so many more F-35s than they made of the F-16. Also, like the F-111, it suffers from the U.S. military aircraft tradition of trying to be all things to all people. Yeah, that's the thing, Chromatic Cuttlefish. Yeah, 100%. Let's not get too sidetracked by this. The only point I was trying to make here is that acting like the F-16 is like the new hotness is really weird when that plane is 50 years old and definitely not like the mainstay of like U.S. air superiority, okay? That's the main point. We're gonna move on.
Ukraine believes these planes provide a distinct advantage in the skies, enabling them to shoot down incoming cruise missiles and fighter jets, fending off Russia's punishing air assaults. But up till now, providing F-16s has been a red line for President Biden, reluctant to provoke an unpredictable escalation from Russia.
And again, Biden isn't providing the F-16s. The United States is not sending F-16s to Russia.
Still, in a February interview with David, Biden did leave the door open just a crack.
We know President Zelensky continues to say what he really needs are F-16s. Will you send F-16s?
Look, we're sending him what our seasoned military thinks he needs now.
You don't think he needs F-16s now?
No, he doesn't need F-16s now.
That was what he said in February, but clearly he has now changed his tune. Now, for the moment being, there's no indication that the United States is going to transfer its F-16s to Ukraine. It's just that our allies will be doing so. But let's keep it real. Eventually, the United States will be doing so as well.
I mean, I don't know about that, right? Like, the entire premise of this video is that Biden is escalating the war with Russia and sending F-16s to Ukraine, and then we get 2.5 minutes in, and it turns out Biden isn't sending F-16s to Ukraine. It's very misleading about, like, the core component of the video.
Because it's an opportunity for, we know what it's an opportunity for. Send them more weapons. That creates a need for the United States to replenish its weaponry, and that means
we're already doing that. We do that anyway. We're in the process of doing that. We've wasted trillions on the F-35. Like we have better planes than the F-16 already that we are currently replacing F-16s with. We've been replacing our F-16s for like 30 years, for like my entire lifetime.
Means more money for the defense contractors who are absolutely salivating over this war that is now quickly becoming an endless war.
The defense contractors are making their money anyway. Even without a war, the US defense budget keeps going up to record amounts. And that defense budget is being used to pay military contractors. So, like, it's not like they need a war either. They just need to sell their military hardware. And again, to that point, the US isn't sending new military hardware. Anything that the US is sending is like the stuff we were going to throw away and decommission anyway.
And I'll explain more of that in just a moment. But Cenk, I wanted to give you an opportunity to jump in.
Yeah. So, guys, the administration is partly worried about it because it's an escalation. I would say that's the minority concern.
Yeah, I think Cenk is right about that. The escalating the conflict. Russia already has fighter jets. They've had fighter jets the entire time. This isn't an escalation unless, you know, like, I don't know, the Ukrainians pierced the air superiority of Russia and managed to, like, fly a fighter jet all the way to Putin's house. And I don't think that's gonna happen.
They're not.
Hell, it's not even an equalization, Winby, because I'm pretty sure Russia has more advanced fighter jets than the F-16.
Really talking about the majority concern, which they mention in some articles, but they mention it in passing as if it's the smaller concern. I don't think so at all, for reasons I'll explain here. The larger concern is they don't want the technology to fall into the wrong hands.
What technology? I'm pretty sure in the past 50 years, Russia has been able to figure out better airplane technology than the F-16. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent here. Like, this is like someone in like around World War II times being like, oh geez, what if someone starts what if the city of Atlantis starts sending Germany its Civil War era Gatling guns? What if that happens? It's like that's not going to be very effective. they already have things better than that. I don't know, man. Like, that's the other thing, Rastabas. If anything, they backwards and they were able to figure it out like literal decades ago. Literal decades ago. By the time I was born 31 years ago, they'd probably already figured it out. Didn't Russia bomb the shit out of Bakhmut? Yes. Russia has fighter jets that they use to go on bombing runs, in addition to all of the missiles that they fire daily at Ukraine.
Mainly the Russian hands. Because it's one thing for the Ukrainians to have an F-16, it's another thing for an F-16 to get shot down in area controlled by Russia, where they could then just take the F-16 and reverse engineer it.
And okay, also just, oh yeah, they'll get an F-16 downed and just reverse engineer it. And basically, you know, 3 days later, they have an F-16 of their own. You know, that's the real concern, that they'll be able to reverse engineer and mass produce a plane that's 50 years old. That's a real concern. You know, they can't afford body armor for their troops, but yeah, they're going to be able to reverse engineer and mass produce an F-16. Okay.
Right. And so now you might think, well, okay, that's a real national security issue for us because the F-16s are excellent and it's a rare thing we do right in the US military in terms of.
Okay, he's right about that. The F-16 is an excellent aircraft. It's just that they're better aircraft now.
Technology. And so that could be a national security problem for us. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit of a concern too. But the larger concern is the people that sell the F-16 don't want anyone else to be able to produce cheaper F-16s without.
What? What the fuck? Are you serious? This argument is literally, okay, to summarize it, okay? To summarize it, we shouldn't let Ukraine have F-16s because if an F-16 gets shot down over territory that Russia controls, they'll be able to secure the wreckage and then reverse engineer a 50-year-old plane and then use that reverse engineered 50-year-old plane to be able to not only mass produce it in a way that is useful to their war effort, but they'll mass produce it for cheaper and then be able to outcompete existing military contractors that are already building better planes. That's the argument. That's batshit, my friends.
Not going.
Oh, and no, sorry, there was one more component. The other component is that not only will all of this happen, but the defense contractors like Lockheed Martin know that it's going to happen, and oh god, sorry, my brain is breaking. My brain is breaking. Anyway, the defense contractors shaking in their boots about the fact that Russia might be able to reverse engineer something they already reverse engineered decades ago and mass produce it for cheaper. Okay, yeah, sure.
Them,
Oh,
i.e. the
that's
defense
concern.
contractors.
Oh, you know what? That is the most important part of the story, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, God forbid that these defense contractors, these military these military-grade weaponry manufacturers.
Oh, well, yeah, but General Dynamics doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. Literally, the company that makes the F-16 doesn't exist anymore. God.
These military-grade weaponry manufacturers have some competition. I mean, that's the real war we should be concerned about, Uger.
Exactly, but isn't it interesting that the media doesn't mention that?
No, it's not interesting. It's the most expected part of the story imaginable.
Yeah.
No, it's not, because the argument you just made for this is terrible. The argument this isn't like, oh yeah, of course it's the money. Like, those companies were making their money anyway. The argument here is, why should we not send F-16s to Ukraine? Why should European countries not do that? And Russia might be able to make cheaper F-16s is not a good argument against that.
By the way, we went through the same thing with the M1 Abrams tank earlier in this.
The M1 Abrams tank is also not the best tank. When did they make the M1 Abrams? They've been making M1 Abrams tanks since the 1980s. It's 40 years old. Sorry, 43 years old. We're currently making the Abrams X to replace the 1M Abrams. Sorry, the M1 Abrams. God. We are literally in the process of getting rid of those tanks. I mean, yeah, the M1 Abrams is a good tank, but like it's not the best tank we have. Like the Abrams X is literally like an AI hybrid tank with like the ability to like destroy everything. God.
this war. And so the defense contractors are super nervous about their beloved technology, which they have now taken billions, if not trillions of dollars off the hands of US taxpayers and taxpayers in northern.
They're not worried about that technology. They're literally making better tanks already. God damn it. This is the Abrams X, by the way. It's quieter. Wait, is General Dynamics still around? Okay, my bad. I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to that, I guess. I guess General Dynamics is working on this. Well, that is confusing. Wait a minute. I thought General Dynamics closed down. Or like merged. Or am I... Conoclast, thank you for the $5 dono.
Even time-traveling Terminator conspiracies sound smarter than Sank. Here's a dono for the cause.
Thank you for the $5 dono. That will be translated into subs. Let's go, baby. Like part of the thing here, right, is we literally have fields of tanks in the United States that are rusting apart. Can I... No, not that one. Yeah, if any of you ever wanted to just like look at crazy pictures, the Sierra Army Depot, literally just fields of tanks just sitting out. Just sitting out there. Just sitting out in fields, not doing anything. Yeah, exactly, Sundry Clown Car. Even if they did get their hands on the technology, they'd just be like, oh, we need more money to make new technology. But also, like, even if they got their hands on, like, an cutting-edge tech, right? An Abrams X, for example. Like, it would still take them years to reverse engineer it. It would still take time to do that.
In Europe, etc., that technology falling into hands that would allow them to not have a monopoly on those weapons, okay? And so that's the ice.
Is Gen Con aware that other countries also make weapons? Like other countries make weapons, guys. Europe makes weapons. Like the Raphael is a pretty decent aircraft series. I don't know, like it's not just the US that makes weapons. We everywhere makes weapons. I don't understand this. They have competition already. Oh, okay, Chromatic Cuttlefish. Okay, I'm not crazy. In 1993, General Dynamics sold its aircraft manufacturing business to the Lockheed Corporation, which in turn became Lockheed Martin. Okay, thank you. I'm glad my brain isn't just leaking out of my ears right now, because that's what it feels like.
Iceberg of this story that no one else is talking about. By the way, also true of the so-called Pentagon accounting error that you might have heard about. We're going to talk about that later in the show.
Now, John Kirby, who's a spokesperson for the White House, sat down with an...
Do they think our allies are going to buy a bunch of Russian knockoff F-16s? Yes, that is exactly what they think. They think that Russia is going to reverse engineer a 50-year-old plane in order to cheaply manufacture like cardboard F-16s. Yes. Also, hey, Cassifel.
Sat down for an interview about this new decision to allow for F-16s to be sent to Ukraine. And the big question is, you know, doesn't the...
We have F-16s at home.
Biden administration see this as an escalation of war? Why the 180 on this topic? Well, he claims no, not at all. Let's watch.
Just a short time ago, the Kremlin responded, calling this a, quote, colossal risk. President Biden's concern from the very beginning with providing F-16s was that it could potentially escalate this war. What assurances does the U.S. have from Ukraine that they won't use these F-16s to fire into Russia that could widen this war?
I will tell you, Peter, we have had multiple conversations with the Ukrainians about the risk of escalation here. Nobody wants to see World War III. And we have made it clear that we're not going to encourage or enable Ukraine to strike inside Russian territory. Now, the Ukrainians have been very honest with us and very forthcoming and quite frankly, very responsible when it comes to the kind of support we're giving them, not using that to go inside Russia.
Cool, I'm sure Ukraine would never do any type of offensive attack or would never even consider attacking Russia.
One push. If you would like me to answer that question, you can donate $100 and I will answer it. Let's see here. Okay, first of all, again, I feel like I have to point this out. Russia is currently firing cruise missiles into Ukraine. Russia is currently using fighter jets to bomb Ukraine. Like, what do you mean? Oh, we'll expand the conflict. The conflict is already expanded to the places that are firing missiles into Ukraine. The conflict is already expanded that far. Due to the invasion and such. Do I do it for the bit? I'd do it for the bit. But I might be a bit biased.
Except here's a story that broke today. Ukrainian official confirms group of Ukraine-allied Russians crossed into Russian territory and attacked town. Let me give you some more context, but before I do, Jenk, seems like you have some thoughts.
And again, I covered this earlier, so we know that these groups are not claimed by the Ukrainian government. And they claim to be separatist groups of Russians, or not separatist groups, but they claim to be Russian dissidents or Russian emigrants who are interested in overthrowing Putin. Now, if Ukraine provided them with food, fuel, and medical supplies, I don't necessarily see that as a terribly large escalation of the conflict. Again, when the conflict map looks like this, the red areas are currently occupied regions of Ukraine. I don't know. They're fighting off an invasion. I can't believe that this is content they put out.
Thoughts on this?
I do. Listen, guys, the Ukrainians are not going to want to violate an agreement with America because America could cut off further weapons, et cetera, that they need. So would they attack the...
Yeah, chromatic cuttlefish. I assume that it's basically they've been using they want to use the F-16s basically to shoot down cruise missiles and to like get into dogfights with other fighter jets to, you know, provide some protection from the massive air superiority Russia has enjoyed throughout this entire conflict. Russian partisans sneaking across the border with F-16 jet fighters hidden in their knapsacks. Yeah, like I guess I haven't really considered the possibility of Ukrainians sneaking behind enemy lines in order to plant an F-16 in the Kremlin. I haven't considered that. You're right.
The Russians right away? No, unlikely with the F-16s. But it depends on how desperate they get. So let's say they think that we're not going to send them any more aid, which is a possibility at some point. They think, well, we already have the F-16s, and understand why they might want to use them inside Russia, because Russia's firing missiles at Ukraine from inside Russia. And the only...
If they believe they're not going to get more aid, why would they send their entire Air Force on a suicide mission? Why would they do that? This is brain rot. And also, just gonna say it, yeah, if they take out positions that are shooting cruise missiles at their civilian population, I'm gonna say that that's a good thing, actually. That is good, actually.
The only way to stop those is to bomb them inside Russia. So it only depends on how desperate the Ukrainians are. Once they have them, they have them.
So can we just at least be blunt?
Yeah, once they have them, they have them. F-16s take no maintenance. None at all. You have an airplane, it works perfectly forever. We all know that.
About how this is an escalation of war? Come on, Cenk. Really?
It is.
Like
No, I know.
You really think Ukraine...
Yeah, it's an escalation of war. Ignore the fact that Russia has been threatening to nuke Ukraine for like the past year. Come on. Guys, I expect more from you. I expect better.
Ukraine is under the impression that if they violate any agreement with the United States, that the United States would stop sending them weapons? Are you...
Yes. Come on. Yeah, yes. If Ukraine just started massacring Russian towns in the same way that Russia has, i.e. by like launching aerial strikes against civilian targets, like just today, or yesterday, Russia launched cruise missiles at like a fucking hospital. Like, yeah, if they started blowing up towns and hospitals, I'm guessing the United States will limit or restrict aid in response to that. Yeah, I think that is actually what would happen. Like, there is to some degree a relationship. I know people might be blackpilled on this, but there is to some degree a relationship between public opinion and what the United States does. Politicians don't want to make people mad. And so, or generally they don't, unless it's for their own purposes. But generally speaking, if you are in favor of Ukraine defending itself, and all of a sudden you hear about Ukraine using weapons that you helped send them to kill people who are innocent, who are not combatants in this conflict, your approval of the war in Ukraine is going to go down, actually. And if that happens enough, then yes, the aid to Ukraine would get cut off, actually.
You insane?
No.
Come on.
And look, there's a reason why we would care. And a day we don't want instability because that could affect the stock market. So it's not like we have.
Interesting, Jenk. Instability affects the stock market? You mean the moneyed interests that you talked about? That have an investment here? Don't want instability? Wow. Then it's almost like they have a vested interest in a stable situation in Ukraine and in Russia, because that facilitates the making of the money. But no, actually, ignore that argument, because remember, all of the arguments prior to this are that the moneyed interests want perpetual war in Ukraine. I don't know which argumentation to believe here now.
We have any pure motives, but we do have motives for not escalating past this. But this is definitely an escalation. And by the way, don't get me wrong. Will we escalate even further? It's enormously possible.
This is a disaster.
But guys, there's the theater as always and the real world as always. And the theater is, my God, we care about those brave Ukrainians.
I feel like I need to go back, or maybe someone else can go back and watch my talk with Anna, because I had her on the show and we talked about the war in Ukraine. We talked about it. And I don't remember her having this viewpoint on it. Otherwise, I would have pushed back against it quite vehemently.
And is there some truth to that? Yeah, I think there's some truth to that for some people, right? But that's mainly the theater. When you get to the real world is how much are people going to make off of it? And so it's not just the defense contractors, it's also the oil and gas industry. And we cut off the Russians' gas supply into Europe. Now we're replacing their supply. So, and then
now I might be wrong about this. I don't think the United States is sending natural gas to Europe. I don't think that we're flying oil or natural gas across the Atlantic Ocean to do that. Now I could be wrong, but I feel like the reason it's transported via pipelines it is because that's the cheapest way to transport it. This is insane to me. Shipping maybe, but definitely not by air. Well, yeah, like I don't even think like exporting oil maybe by ocean, by like shipping container, but like yeah, the US has always been the biggest, if not the biggest exporters of oil. That hasn't changed. It's just that the natural gas baffles me. I don't think we're doing that, frankly.
And there's the banks who...
I know oil tankers are a thing, thank you. I just don't think that we're transporting the natural gas via oil container or shipping cargo container, whatever. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. You get your little chuckles out. I know they don't use oil tankers for natural gas. I know. Holy fuck, guys. Let's see. Okay, so we did send natural gas to Europe. But like it doesn't account for the majority of natural gas in Europe, for sure. Yeah. They liquefy it? Yeah. Oh no, it's okay, chromatic cuttlefish. It's fine. You must pet us, mischievous chatters. I only pet chatters that don't know, which is why I pet Conoclast. That's the petting noise. Oil tankers are just for CBD oil. Yeah, time to get litty, baby. Yeah, no, the amount of oil and natural gas, I'm just looking here, that we send to Europe is absolutely not like we would shift our entire economic policy around, you know? Like it's going to be a particularly good year for you know, natural gas producers in the US and oil producers in the US, but not enough that it's changing our entire policy positions, you know?
Gambled on the gas, and there's the banks who gamble on the defense contractors. So there's a world like probably hundreds of billions of dollars here on, not probably, definitely on the line for all those different industries, and they're constantly sending lobbyists to talk to politicians, including the White House, lobby to make themselves more money. They don't care about our interests, the Ukrainian interests, etc. And that is what's driving a lot of these decisions, while the press puts on a play about humanitarian this, you know, America's worried about escalation that, when in reality, most of the decision makers are worried about how much money everybody's gonna make.
Let's discuss the decision makers, shall we? Namely, the National Security Advisor who played a key role in persuading Joe Biden to allow for the transfer of the F-16s to Ukraine. And that person's name is Anthony Blinken. Now, what was Anthony Blinken up to after he was advising the Obama administration on foreign policy in Afghanistan? You know, the same foreign policy that extended and expanded upon Bush-era trash foreign policy. What did he do after that, right? That little space in time where, you know, it was between Obama and now the Biden administration.
Humanitarian work is my guess, hop guess.
No.
Working with the homeless.
No interest in that. In fact, he was part of a consulting group specifically having to do with getting defense contractors in the same room as government officials.
No, really? In essence, lobbying for defense contractors between government jobs?
Just taking a look here. Yeah, here we go. Between the US, Qatar, and Nigeria, they account for around 25% of the natural gas imported into the EU in 2022. 25% came from Norway, about 12% came from Algeria, 13% came from others, and then 25% came from the Russian pipeline. Interesting.
At State Department? Huh. Well, golly gee, I bet this is giant news to the people in Washington, and the reporters are going to clamor to cover this obvious conflict of interest.
So as Washington,
like, I don't know that, again, I have to reiterate, I don't know that this is costing the US all that much money at all, actually. Because we're already buying the new stuff from the defense contractors. We were already doing that. So we're just sending old stuff that we would either send to sit in like a munitions depot for the next 20 years while it rusts, or we were gonna like decommission it completely. Like, I don't think that this is actually like the argument he thinks it is. Well, and that's the thing, Mint Kuro. The other part is, I'm pretty sure we've sent some things. Like the U.S. sends what to Ukraine? Let's see. No, we've transferred military equipment to Ukraine, but it's probably stuff that was in Europe already, you know. But yeah. At this point, like the strategic value of just sending like $400 million worth of military equipment that otherwise would have just moldered in some warehouse to Ukraine probably far outweighs, you know, the moldering, you know? Exactly, Mint Kuro. Exactly.
Washington Post reported, let's go to graphic 5 here. Blinken played a similar role when NATO was at an impasse over whether to provide modern tanks to Ukraine. At the time, Germany was hesitant to approve the transfer of Leopard 2 tanks, a roadblock that was overcome when Blinken pushed the White House to approve the transfer of M1 Abrams tanks over Pentagon reluctance.
Interesting. I thought the defense contractors already controlled all of the Pentagon. Why would the Pentagon be reluctant to send M1 Abrams tanks if they're controlled by the military contractors and want this conflict to go on forever? Curious.
Now, prior to Blinken serving as Secretary of State for Biden's administration, Blinken ran a defense-related consulting.
I mean, like, chromatic cuttlefish, we have so many tanks in the United States just sitting in the middle of nowhere, actually rusting away. It's crazy.
Firm known as West Exec. In fact, when Biden tapped him to be part of his administration, I remember researching this and writing a piece on this because I thought that there was, you know, some conflicts of interest here. And surely with the development of this war in Ukraine, the conflicts of interest are pretty brazen and pretty obvious. So West Exec did not respond when asked for a list of its clients, but according to people familiar with the arrangement, they include Shield AI, a San Diego-based company that makes surveillance drones, and signed a contract worth as much as $7.2 million with the Air Force to deliver artificial intelligence tools.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's just another one from the Sierra, like, storage depot. Look at this. Look at all of these armored vehicles just like sitting there. What are we gonna do with them? I don't know, they'll just sit there until we can't use them anymore. Like when we talk about the United States, like, being just flush with military hardware, like, it's not like we have to make a ton of new stuff. Like, oh, look, here's the Arizona, like, airplane graveyard. Just, you know, we got fighter jets, we got bombers, we got they're all just sitting there. All just sitting. Not doing anything. Living sad little tank lives, yeah. We literally have just fields of M1 Abrams tanks that we're not using. My rear end, yeah. Also, yeah, West Exec didn't respond for when asked for a list of its clients. Yeah, no shit. And let's see. They include Shield AI, a San Diego-based company that makes surveillance drones and signed a contract worth as much as $7.2 million with the Air Force. I don't know. The Pentagon loses $7.2 million when it scratches its butthole, okay? Like, that's nothing. Now, granted, you can find fault with that, and I certainly do. I just don't think this has anything to do with whether or not we should be sending F-16s to Ukraine. Remember, that's the main contention in this video. The main contention is we shouldn't be sending F-16s to Ukraine. And not only are we not sending F-16s to Ukraine, other countries are, but none of these issues about, like, Pentagon wasteful spending is at all related to sending F-16s to Ukraine.
Tools to help drones operate in combat missions. Blinken and Michelle Flournoy, another person who is close with Biden, have served as advisors to Pine Island Capital, which raised $218 million for a new fund to finance investments in military and aerospace companies, among other targets. So Blinken has a history of working on behalf of defense contractors and getting them sweet deals with the federal government. And that's exactly what I see here. I see this as an opportunity to make money for these defense contractors. It's pretty disgusting.
Again, one, those defense contractors are already making their money. They aren't manufacturing new things to send to Ukraine. Those are things they already made and sold. And would have been gotten rid of anyway. And two, yeah, this is an opportunity to make money, as is every other situation. This is, to me, this sounds a lot like the right-wing outrage over the fact that, like, doctors make money, and, like, then far-right folks will, like, point to that and be like, well, you see, they're profiting off of all these kids being trans, and it's like, but doctors make money doing everything else. They make far more money doing everything else. And they're like, well, but the kids are being transed, so that means they'll make more money somehow. It's like the equivalent argument. Just I just can't.
Disgusting, because I don't trust. I mean, do we really trust the Pentagon when they can't even pass a single financial audit? They haven't passed.
Yeah. They haven't passed an audit, but what does that have to do with other countries sending F-16s to Ukraine? This is a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with the central topic.
One. Do we really have trust and faith in them in regard to where the military weaponry is ending up? Do they have a full accounting of it?
The Pentagon isn't sending F-16s to Ukraine, but even if it was, it's really hard to lose a fighter jet. Like, it's not like a private can just, like, stuff it in his backpack and then walk down a couple blocks and sell it in a sketchy alleyway. That can't and doesn't happen with fighter jets. Like what is one of the pilots gonna, like, jump in and joyride in it? They'd get shot down immediately.
No, of course not. Don't be ridiculous.
Okay.
And so all of this is to enrich those folks. But guys, it's
I mean, okay. I mean, at least Cenk is like, oh, that's ridiculous. Cenk drew the line there.
At the same time, the Ukrainians should get our help. And the Russians definitely invaded them, and they were definitely wrong. And
Yep.
it is definitely an imperial
Yep. Okay. You're nailing it, Cenk.
exercise.
You're nailing it. Don't ruin this. Don't screw it up.
And so we're stuck in the middle ground here, where we want to help good people like us want to help the Ukrainians
Okay, then push through peace talks.
without getting robbed in the process.
Yeah, peace talks. Okay,
What are the last I checked, the Russian stipulations for peace talks were like the unilateral surrender and disarmament of Ukraine. But leaving that aside, there's literally an entire department of the US government dedicated to facilitating diplomatic talks. There's an entire diplomatic corps dedicated to that. And it's just, I know that people put a lot of stock in the United States, right? And like the United States has the ability to wield a lot of influence and pressure a lot of other countries. Like, for example, if the United States put pressure on Israel to make a peace deal between Israel and Palestine, I believe that that could achieve something. But in this case, putting pressure on Ukraine for peace talks doesn't accomplish anything, because under no circumstance would Ukraine ever accept a deal where they unilaterally surrender, where they surrender and disarm themselves and promise never to join NATO and effectively become a Kremlin puppet state. There's no circumstance under which they would agree to those terms. So what peace talks? Russia is not negotiating peace in good faith when those are the terms it continually puts out.
we don't actually, the United States government isn't actually interested in ending the war. Let's be 100% honest about that.
Well, that's definitely true, because they're not encouraging peace talks, because that is not in the Ukrainian interest, if you ask me. And the reason...
I mean, I disagree that the U.S. is not interested in ending the war. I think the U.S. is very interested in ending the war. The U.S. is also interested in, like, ousting Putin from power. Making sure that that a nuclear Russia is not headed by a megalomaniac who's willing to invade a country to restore, like, some dream of, like, Russian empire.
Is that the U.S. has a separate interest, is because the longer the war goes, the more Russia is depleted. And, from our national security interest, the people in charge want Russia as depleted as possible.
It's a proxy war.
So since it's a proxy war, and we're not the ones that...
Man. It's not a proxy war. Like, I don't know how to address this. This feels like a nightmare. Russia is invading Ukraine. There are two options on the table for how this turns out. Option 1. Russia succeeds in taking over Ukraine, effectively turning it into a puppet government, robbing it of its democracy, and or incorporating it into Russia itself proper. Or Ukraine is able to hold its own and inflict either unsustainable losses on Russia, in which case it is no longer able to continue trying to fight the war, or they are able to broker a peace agreement of some kind, possibly like recognizing like that Russia can control Crimea, for example. That might be something that's on the table. But man, none of this is remotely close to the terms that have been proposed by Russia. And I just, why didn't they just declare peace, Fivehead? Well, it's because they didn't want to surrender and like give up their democracy after having just barely won it like 9 years ago.
That are directly involved. Russia is. They're the ones that are getting weaker and weaker and weaker as their military gets depleted and run into the ground. And even if they quote unquote win and get parts of Ukraine, still their military will have been devastated. Their pipelines will have been shut down.
Or
the sanctions will
blown up.
Yeah, or
Josie.
blown up, and that literally happened. And it's probably one of our allies, if not us directly. And
likely German dissidents of some kind.
And so
hey, Josie
we
Rose,
will take advantage of all the things that happen because of the war. And so,
oh, Josie, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. Also, I think there was a subscription from Hannah earlier that I didn't count, so we're up to 22, baby. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you're doing all right, Josie. We will take advantage of all the things that happen because of the war. Yeah, but that's what every country does. Every country, every state operates to maximize the benefit of a situation for its own people.
But that puts good people in the same basket as people who have no interest in humanitarian issues.
That's every conflict. Every conflict has people who are ideologically invested and people who are financially invested and honestly don't give a shit about the ideology of it at all. That's every conflict. They did a bit about this in the hit Star Wars film, Star Wars Episode 8, The Last Jedi. They had a character doing that, demonstrating that in the film for children. It was a children's film.
And are just trying to make a buck off this, and it's an uncomfortable basket to be in.
And keep in mind that this is
that's every conflict. That's every war.
Solidifying the alliance between Russia and China. So while this is a proxy
No, it's not. China fucking hates that Russia's doing this.
War, and the thinking among the State Department is that this is weakening Russia, it is also strengthening its relationship with China. I should also note that China happens to be one of the countries that is pushing for peace talks, but the United States, because of its interest in wanting to weaken Russia, is really unwilling to push for that. The other thing I wanted to mention is that the United States intends to continue this war for at least 18 months, if not longer. If you don't believe me, take a look at this final video.
President Zelensky has been begging for them for more than a year. President Biden has resisted until this point. So what changed?
Nothing changed. I mean, we have been evolving our support for Ukraine as the war has evolved. And when we're talking about fighter aircraft, that's really not designed to help us in the immediate future here with the counteroffensive.
The training alone, John, could take 18 months, the defense secretary.
Well, that's an initial estimate. As the war has evolved, we've also started to have conversations with the Ukrainians about long-term defense needs, because when this war is over, whenever that is and under what conditions, they're still going to have a long border with Russia. They're still going to need significant defense support.
So at least 18 months just to train the soldiers in Ukraine how to use the F-16s. At least 18 months. So no end in sight.
I mean, a lot of apparently, I'm just looking at some estimates here. Apparently, there are some estimates that within 4 to 6 months, they can train F-16 pilots. But also, I don't know why we would assume the war was going to end within 18 months.
Let's just be absolutely clear about that. And in those 18 months, I'm just curious, how many times does the Biden administration intend to tap Congress to appropriate hundreds of billions of dollars more to assist in the war effort in Ukraine.
Yeah.
While, by the way, simultaneously nickel and diming the American people, right? Right now, Biden is engaging in negotiations with Kevin McCarthy to raise the debt ceiling, and he is seriously considering work requirements for Americans who are so poor, who are so poverty-stricken that they would need to do prove that they're looking for work or engaging in work in order to get welfare benefits.
What does any of this have to do with sending F-16s?
Benefits that they clearly need because they're struggling financially. So nickel and dime the American people, continue this now new endless war with Russia. It's a proxy war. It's just, I don't know. I think that the way the U.S. has now decided to handle this is pretty disastrous and continues to.
How the U.S. has decided to handle Russia invading a European country? What? Again, Russia's the one who instigated all of this. Is the alternative letting Ukraine fall? Would that be better? Would empowering a nuclear authoritarian regime that has a tendency towards fascism, would that be better? I mean, I don't think so. And also, like, that's the thing, right? I expect better of TYT. I've talked with Anna. I know she's smart. And I know that she's better than these takes, which is why I'm very confused as to why they're so bad.
Get worse.
So some estimates have them being trained by the fall. It's impossible to know. But the bottom line is Ukraine is doing a spring and summer offensive.
If it's impossible to know, why did you show a clip and make the claim that U.S. soldiers are going to be training, or U.S. pilots are going to be training Ukrainian pilots for the next 18 months? You made a pretty strong claim and then showed a video. But, oh, okay.
They will definitely not, the F-16s will definitely not be ready by that offensive. But I also want to temper your expectations there, because I see a ton of BS in the mainstream media. Honestly, nothing but BS in that regard. Why? If you are new to politics and news and you didn't follow what happened during the Iraq War, Afghanistan, etc., you might not know that whenever the New York Times starts writing about a new offensive and around the corner after that, we're going to win the conflict, that is untrue 100% of the time. I heard that same story in Iraq, I don't know, 80 times. Oh, a new offensive.
Different situations are different, and Iraq is not Ukraine? We were invading Iraq and trying to oppress enemy forces in Iraq. They're still in the invading Ukraine part. They've occupied very little of Ukraine. Also, I'm pretty sure we toppled Iraq in like a couple weeks. Like how long was that? Let's see. Oh yeah, like literally we started bombing them on March 20th of 2003, and by May 1st we had toppled the Saddam regime. This is not comparable. This is not comparable at all. It was a month.
And then we're going to end the insurgency right after that. It never ends. It just goes on and on.
But you're talking about an insurgency, Jank, which is different from a war. You're talking about a guerrilla force fighting a much larger occupying force as opposed to two armies fighting. These are different circumstances.
On and on forever, for decade after decade, and every time the Pentagon says us or our allies are
like we're in the case we're talking about right now in Ukraine, the troop surge that we're talking about is meant to pierce through enemy lines. When you're talking about an insurgency, there aren't enemy lines because it's an insurgency.
doing a surge and we're going to win right after the surge. It is literally
also literally nobody is claiming that a troop surge and a counteroffensive is going to end this war. No one's claiming that the Ukrainian counteroffensive is going to be like the final blow that finally ends Russia's invasion. Nobody's claiming that.
Never ever true. Okay, so don't buy that load of crap. And then the last point is, so as you saw him there, well, even after the war, we're going to have to keep sending them weapons. In other words, we found a nice little piggy bank here, and we're going to turn this into, one way of looking at it is Israel, where we're just going to give them billions of dollars in defense spending paid for by the American taxpayer.
Great.
And going straight to defense contractors who one day will probably hire me for millions of dollars. Oh, that's the part of the sentence he didn't complete, but is also definitely true.
Why would we? The reason we send Israel weapons is because the US essentially treats Israel as a giant military base. That's why we send them weapons. Why would we do that with Ukraine when we could just sell them weapons? Because we already sell every country on earth our weapons.
Which is great, because the U.S. economy is dealing with a surplus right now. Just a wonderful surplus, and we have unlimited resources to spend on forever wars. Great.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it.
Again, that's not an argument against sending F-16s to Ukraine. Oh my God. That hurt. That hurt my brain. Hurt my heart a little bit. And I want to Roblox myself. That was terrible. Are links allowed in chat? Nope. Unless you're over on riverboat.gg. And chat, you should be over on riverboat.gg, because guess what? It's a cool place to be. You can be in the on-screen chat, and any sub you make over there goes directly to me, so I don't have to share it with Jeff Bezos 50-50 or with whoever's running YouTube these days. That was bad. I'm deeply disappointed, and I don't know how to make sense of the trajectory that TYT has been taking. It doesn't make financial sense to me for them to be doing like a concerted like pivot to the center, or it doesn't make sense to me that like they're doing it to appeal in any given way. I think their opinions have just genuinely shifted in a direction that is not great. I don't know what caused that shift. But I feel like their analytical skills used to be much better than this. Barkley T, you can come over to riverboat.gg and share your link. And if the link is bad, you get IP banned. That's how it works. Fuck, man. Also, chat, how we doing? I've been streaming for about 5 hours now. And if any of you would like to support me and my ability to continue making content, I'd very much appreciate that. Subs, donos, very, very much appreciated, because that is what allows me to pay my rent and buy food and, you know, generally live. I looked at it already, Hundo. I just had the sound off, and I can't play that on my stream because it will get DMCA'd. Damn, Zan only does that with Rickrolls. We showed Anna the sausage videos. It's true. It's true. Oh, God. All right. I am going to BRB and see if I have it in me to continue. Okay? Hey, Barkley AT, thank you very much for the come over. Okay. I'll take a look at this.
What? Are you wearing lady clothes? Those look like lady pants. No. This is a power suit.
Oh my
Definitely
God.
a woman's suit.
I do not buy women's
Oh my God.
clothes. Would not make that mistake again.
I'm gonna call Roy, man.
Okay.
This is gonna make
All
me
right.
feel better. This is too good.
All right. You know what? Ma'am, would you please tell Daryl that this is not a woman's suit?
Oh my God, that's a woman's suit.
You're wearing a woman's suit? No, I do. I wear men's suits. Okay, I got this out of a bin. There were these huge bins of clothes, and everybody was rifling through them like crazy, and I grabbed one, and it fit. So I don't think that this is totally just a woman's suit. At the very least, it's bisexual. Who makes it? Mysterious. It's European, okay? It's the European cut.
The pants don't have any pockets.
No, they don't. See? Italians don't wear pockets.
Hey, maybe you want to come over and raid my closet.
No, I don't want to do that because I'm twice your size anyway.
Yeah, he looked like Hillary Clinton.
Let's just do this in 15 minutes.
Okay, can you stay right there for 1 second? I gotta send some emails.
Negotiations are all about controlling things, about being in the driver's seat. And make one tiny mistake, you're dead. I made one tiny mistake. I wore woman's clothes. Please clap.
Amazing. Amazing. Holy shit, that was good. That was real good. Good old pudding fingers. It's Ron! Alright, I'll be right back, folks. I need to use the bathroom, and then I need to check if I have any more gas in the tank to continue streaming, okay? But again, if you've been enjoying stream, throw some monies my way so I continue to live. BRB. Hello, chat. How we doing, folks? Yo, Gamer G, thank you for the 3 gifted
Gas
tier 1
and
subs.
food money. Stay strong, Jack. The times they are a-changing and conservatives know it or they wouldn't be flailing.
True. Very true. Thank you, Gamer G. I appreciate you. Very, very much. Playing Landlord Super Miss Thatch would be proud. That doesn't sound like a super fun game. Being a landlord, gosh golly. Nice sweater. It's cause I'm just like you for real. Oh, Miss Thatcher. Gotcha. My internet died? No, you're not banned. You ain't done nothing. Which one, Archangel? There are multiple femboy outfits in Tears of the Kingdom. Your internet died too? Oh damn, maybe it's contagious. Yeah, Gamer G a homie. Making sure the white names are unwhited. Oh, I'm sorry, Mint. God damn it. You guys are gonna get me canceled. If you haven't already. I have not eaten today, and my brain is starting to slow down. What are all of the different chat colors? Blue is used for notable people and mods. Or just mods. Maybe I can get another color for VIP. And then sorry, that was very loud. It's work o'clock. See ya, sentient waffle. Purple is tier 4, or purple star is tier 4, but then you have the dark red names, which are tier 2 subs. The white name is unsubbed. Orange name is tier 1 sub. Dark red, tier 2. Then tier 3 is yellow, or orange name, or gold name, rather. And then tier 4 is yellow sub. You're telling me to eat, but society tells me that if I eat, I'm bad. What do? Society. Shabbat Shalom, hello. Develop a kink and complex around eating? I don't think I shall. We're chillin' like some villains. I mean, we do have more we can talk about, chat, but man, that last segment really took it out of me. Right, Gamer G? Isn't it nice? Okay, I actually am literally unable to think straight. I will see you all maybe tomorrow. I don't know. If it is tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow during the daytime. Maybe I'll play Hollow Knight. Alright, I love you all. I'm sorry that I am constitutionally incapable of streaming more than 5 hours tonight. I wanted to do longer. Love you all. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm a raid you all into Doodleburb. I'm sorry. I'm sorry we didn't make it to Spirit Science. I love you. Bye.